Ray?
I am that guy.
Okay, well then we got the stream going. Let's see here. Now, if you pull up the stream, actually I'm gonna stream it to here too, and hopefully my bandwidth can handle it. It should. It's fiber optic. I'm gonna try sharing my screen here so you can watch the screen on this, because this will update a lot faster than a YouTube stream. So you'll be looking at this more in real time with me if you watch it here. I mean, if you watch on YouTube, it'll just be like 30 seconds or so behind. And if I'm doing something kind of... Oh, and it would help if I actually streamed the thing onto YouTube. Let's see here. Game capture. We're capturing a thing called mids. Can you capture that? No, you can't capture that. Of course you can't capture. It's mids. It cannot be captured. One cannot just simply capture mids. Okay. Actually, I'm going to do a full window capture, which I really hate doing, but that usually gets me into trouble. But we're going to do that. Okay, so on the stream, we've got mids. Let me get rid of the choppiness there. We'll get rid of the choppiness there. We'll get rid of the choppiness there. And we'll get rid of some of the choppiness there. Okay. And actually, I could zoom in a bit on this. At least on the stream. I think I can probably zoom in to make this easier to see on YouTube by significantly cropping the thing. This is only the most professional production ever that you're going to find on YouTube, guys. Okay. There we go. Because that'll make it easier to see on YouTube. It won't change the Discord stream, but it'll make it easier on YouTube. There we go. All right, so let's talk about mids. Let's talk about mids, baby. All right. Let's start recording here. In 3, 2, and if you have any questions, I'll leave it up to you. If you want to put the text into YouTube, or if you just want to say out loud. Do you want me to introduce you? You want to talk verbally, or you want to be a texter?
We can talk. It'll probably be faster that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Deathroid, welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for that shout out. I appreciate it, man. We're going to start off today, if you're joining us from YouTube, we're going to start off today talking about mids. I get this question all the time. I don't really have a video on mids. So tonight, we're going to make a video on mids. I will be recording this. I will be recording this, and then I'll put it together into a video that will be uploaded permanently. But while I'm also streaming this at the same time to give people opportunities, opportunities to ask questions. I will just stop the recording from time to time. Not that you guys will care on the stream, because the stream will continue even if I stop the recording. I will stop the recording from time to time and just remind people joining in what we're doing here, and maybe do any other tweaks I need to or whatever. So yeah, usually when I'm like recording some of the like story arcs you guys see me do, sometimes I'll just stop it and I'll take care of stuff in the house or use the potty, whatever, and then come back and pick it back up and just edit it so you can hardly tell. Or sometimes there's a transition. Anyways, today we're going to talk about needs and whatnot. So let's start that recording. Salutations. My name is Phil, aka JCServant. Welcome to another exciting episode of We Do Stuff on City of Heroes. That's the official name of the show. Today we are talking about mids. We're going to do a video talking about mids. I get this question a lot. What is mids? What do we use mids for? How do we use it? Tell us about mids. I want to do a big, huge disclosure here right at the beginning. And I've said it on a lot of videos, but we're going to really emphasize this here. I am a casual player, okay? I do not push +4 higher content. I don't make really super tight builds or anything along those lines. So if it comes down to like, hey Phil, what's the best build advice between this and da 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 da, and you're talking like that higher end stuff, then I'm going to point you to some build guides somewhere or to the Sovereign Discord where they have some really great high end players. But for us casual people, I can give a lot of great advice for leveling up using SOs, IOs, and starting to get into sets, because I've done dozens of characters. Out of all those dozens of characters I've done, I've got a handful that have hit 50, and I have sat down in mids and done a build for. Okay, and those builds, I use mids to get more efficiency for my money, my influence, and out of the character. And I'm going to explain exactly what it is in just a minute. But just understand, disclosure, I'm a casual at this. Filthy casual. And I'm going to stumble over my words a lot, because this is not simple. So bear with me. All right. So with all that disclaimer out of the way, let's talk about mids. So we're going to start off with what is mids. Mids is used to help plan your character to level up and to get the right enhancements and all that jazz to maximize their potential. The tool is updated with information from Homecoming, so that you are getting, hopefully, if they've done any tweaks with the classes or the archetypes or anything like that, it's all in there. It can easily and quickly show you in a snapshot what your resistances are, what your defenses are, what your damage bonuses are, what your global recharge is, and things like that, so that you can make intelligent decisions about what you want to, what set you need to buy next. Let's say, for example, you're playing a Dominator. You want to get to Permadom. Permadom means that your recharge rate is so high that you're able to keep domination rolling nonstop. That can be hard to do if you're not using mids. I mean, you can do it, but we're talking expensive sets, and your mistakes are going to cost you. Unless you're sitting on billions and billions of influence, which if you are, you should not be watching my videos. They're for the casual player, and you're not casual. So, or you're a very rich casual, I guess. But for most of us, we don't have that kind of money to be wasting on bad purchasing decisions. So that's what it's going to do. It's going to help us to purchase and decide what to purchase and plan out our character. It can take into account, for example, for my Permadomer, that I have Hasten and that I have it turned on. And if I got Hasten Permud, then it will take that into account as well. So that I'm getting the most up-to-date, what is my total recharge on my character that's affecting domination. And then I can take a look at and see if I'm up to Permadom yet. Okay? And things like that. If I'm building a Sentinel, if I'm building a Brute, I want to make sure I'm not going above the resistance caps. This can help me before I start working on defenses. This can help you out with that. Maximizing your resistances, if you're playing a more defensive class like a Brute, is extremely important, because the difference between 80 and 90% resistance is huge. The difference between 0 and 10% is not huge, because you're taking 100 points coming in from an enemy, you're only reducing it down to 90. That's only a 10% reduction. When you go from 80 to 90, though, you're taking 20 incoming damage and reducing it down to 10. So that is a 50% reduction. Every point matters when you're pushing resistance and you're pushing defense. Mids will help you get the most out of that to make sure you're coming up to that line without going over. Because once you're going over that line, once you hit the hard cap, any extra resistances or defenses are a complete waste of your influence. And that's influence that could be spent raising up other resistances like psychic or whatever have you that you probably haven't gotten around to yet, or toxic, or working on your defenses. Maybe you want, now that your resistance are capped, you want to work on defenses so you can have the best of both. Mids will help you plan all of that. So that's what mids helps you do. And you can use it to plan out your character level by level by level. Personally, this is so much work. That's why I haven't done a video on this yet. I've been dreading this day. This is so much work that I only do it when a character hits 50, and even then I put it off as long as possible, because you can play with SOs at 50, no problem, or non-set IOs or cheap set IOs, no problem. I do it all the time. So, but at some point, if you love a character very much, and it's a special kind of love, then you're going to want to try to get more juice out of the apple, and you're going to want to see what they can really do. And for that, generally speaking, you need to use mids. So that's what we're going to use this for. All right, introductions down the way. If you're just joining us on YouTube, thank you so much. I'm doing a mids video. And yes, we're doing a build stream, so to speak. Hey, welcome, Myers. It's more of a let's introduce you guys to mids. because it's a question I get a lot on this channel. And so I just want to get an introduction video put out there. The caveat and disclaimer is I'm a casual player. My whole channel is about casual playing. So this is not going to be a super tight build video. But I will show you the basics of using the system. So, all right. Next step is let's just take a look at a character that's done and give you an overview. And then we'll start with a brand new character and work towards that direction. But let's see overall, let's get that 30,000 foot view of what a completed house looks like before we build a house, right? You need to know it's got a kitchen and a sink and everything else. So I'm going to load, hopefully I have somewhat of a completed character here. I don't know if I actually do. You can tell I've really not sat down and thought about this. Let's see, is Kim Archer finished? Yeah, let's see here. All right, I'm seeing... What's that? So, all right. So, yeah. So here is, yes, this is one of our characters here. All right. Here we go. We're going to start the recording. I stopped it to do that segue. So we'll start back up again. So to start off with, we're going to give you an overview of what a completed character might look like. Please do not write me lots of comments going, oh boy, you should have done this instead of this. I'm not looking for critiques on this build. This is just a demo. This is truly not a real build that I used on a blaster, okay? So we're not getting into the details of exactly how this works. We're just looking at what is mids. So you can see here what mids allows you to do and whatnot. You're gonna hear some Discord sounds from time to time, guys, but what mids allows you to do is you can see that it allows me to pick which powers I'm picking each level and plan those out. And this can be very important at times as you're trying to get certain things into certain places. Another thing it helps you to do is sometimes you'll want to try to get certain powers online earlier than later for whatever reason. But then when you start slotting them, you realize, oh, you need more slots over here, over there. And so you start moving things around, and this will help you to plan out and move things around. It's like editing a spreadsheet, editing your budget, right? And you're just going to use this to help you figure that out. So at level 1 here, give me 1 second here. Oops. Hold on 1 second. Let me put Discord on Discord notifications, at least on Do Not Disturb. I'll cut back on some of the sounds on the recording. Whew. All right, let's try that again. All right, so for level 1 here, you can mouse over this power, and you're going to see this power here is beam rifle, and it's showing you with these enhancements in here, which is entropic chaos. It's showing me that I'm getting a 22% accuracy, the damage bonus of 85%, and it's letting you know that it would have been 87%, but it's getting slowed down a bit because there's enforced diversification going on there, right? ED. So without ED, it would have been 87%. So I'm wasting like a point or two. Not a big deal, but it's letting me know. If it said pre-ED 125%, I'm only getting 100%. I need to do something different, right? I'm wasting a lot on the table there. I should go for more accuracy in that power than damage, for example. So again, mids helps you to do this before you get into that. Endurance reduction and recharge time are both getting a 41%. And then you're also seeing those set bonuses from having 5 pieces on the set. You're seeing 10% regeneration, resistances, mes resistance, endurance, and all that other jazz. So that's being calculated in there. And as you go through each of the powers, you're going to see, a lot more of those. One of the cool things is I can kind of come over here and let's see. When viewing the totals tab, the powers which are being included are lit up. Clicking a power will toggle on and off. Dim powers cannot be toggled as they have no effect on your totals. So like, for example, if I have temp and vulnerability turned off, you're going to see here my smashing lethal is 23% resistance. But if I turn on temp and vulnerability, it goes up to 55%, right? And remember, your caps on blasters is 75%. So I still have another 20% I could squeeze into here if I wanted to maximize their defensive or their resistance capabilities. Again, mids helps you to do this. If you're sitting there going, oh, okay, man, I was really hoping I had a goal in my mind to be max resistance. I'm not there yet. Maybe I need to move some of these things around. Maybe I need to start playing with this. This will let you do it all without constantly buying and reselling. You can set goals for your build in mind. Now notice I have 11% defenses across the board. Okay, now that's covering everything. What is better? 20% more resistance or having that 11% defense across the board? Okay, I'll make this question a little bit simpler. What if I could make a trade out of my build that traded out 11% defense but gave me 11% smashing and lethal resistance? What should I do? Right? The answer, generally speaking, is raise up your smashing and lethal by 11%. Because remember, if I got 55% resistance and 100 points of damage comes in, I'm taking 45 points. If I can raise that by another 10%, that'll get reduced down to 35 points. That's a reduction of over 20%. But my 10% defense resistance is only lowering incoming damage by 10%. All right, so 10% resistance means more than 10% defense in this particular example. Mids can help you suss through those kinds of trade-offs and determine which one's better. Or not which one's better. You have to make that judgment with math, but it can at least tell you, okay, how do I get to this by doing this? And you do this by switching set bonuses, and the such, for example. So let's say I wanted to get more defense. How would I do that here, right? With all these charges and stuff. Actually, I should do that when I get to the build part. We're doing the overview. I'm getting sidetracked. I told you this is not a professional production. Overview. Stay focused, Phil. Okay. So we have our totals right here that we can see our resistance, our defense. We can also see our global recovery, which is 216%, which is very nice. You want that on a blaster, right? Gives me a 3.8 second endurance regeneration, and whatever have you, every second. My endurance drain from drains is 2.2 a second. A general good rule of thumb is you want to have at least one endurance a second coming back, is what I've been told. I personally haven't done enough builds to tell you, yay, that's great or that's bad. But people who've helped me build in the past have said, Phil, you need to make sure you have at least 1 point difference between what you're recovering and what you're draining. So there you go. That means every minute of gameplay, you're getting back 60 endurance. That's probably not quite enough, if you're in a really 5-minute battle, because your powers are taking more than that, I think. But I think it's not the worst rule of thumb to have. Regeneration is 445%, and it tells me right in the small print as I go over it that the time to go from 0 to 100% health is 54 seconds. My health regenerated per second is almost 2%. So this, again, can help you understand what those numbers mean and give you some good information to use. To hit, my powers are going up by 87%. My endurance reduction, the endurance cost of all your powers is being reduced by this effect. Oh, that's global endurance reduction. Global endurance reduction from set bonuses. And then my recharge is 147%. And I believe that's probably with hasten. If I turn that off, I got a global recharge speed of 77.5%. You are seeing Luck of the Gambler and set bonuses helping that out. Recharge, of course, being very important to a blaster because the more times you can get your T9 up, the more awesome you feel. So you're always keeping an eye on your recharge as a blaster and trying to balance where you want to be with all of this. And that reminds me of something, and then I forgot it. It had to do with regeneration. Ooh, it's on the tip of my tongue, regeneration. Oh well, I suppose it will come back to me later. How are you doing, Mickey? I hope you're doing great today. Appreciate you being on the show. If you're just joining us, we're doing a mids overview. If you've missed some of this, we've just started, but if you're missing some of it, this will be a video that will be available up on YouTube. Heavily edited for your viewing pleasure. Totally. So, yeah. I'm trying to remember what I was thinking about endurance reduction on here. And endurance recharge. Ooh, it's on the tip of my tongue and I can't remember it. Let me see here. Okay, there's that. Let me just take a look here. There's a couple of power graphs. Now, I don't know my stream. My stream probably isn't catching this pop-up. Did you see a pop-up on your side by chance? I bet you it's not. Ooh, do-do-do-do-do-do. I think it's not showing for Ray. Let me try sharing my whole screen. Share the screen, it's one of these buttons. Share the screen. Okay, there we go. No regen? What do you mean no regen? She's got 445% regen. What do you mean no regen? Sunshine's got regen. There's lots of regen. All right. All right, so let me take a look at sets and bonuses. Nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. Power graphs. There's power graphs. Power set comparisons. Oh, wow. That is, this is cool. I've never seen this before. Wait a minute. Are you telling me, oh my gosh, you can go into here and you could put in we were just talking about this the other day. You can go in here and put a corruptor with a primary of, let's say, assault rifle, and then compare that with a defender with a secondary of assault rifle. Oh, you don't have assault rifle. Oh, wait, isn't defender secondary, or is it primary? No, they're secondary, yeah. Assault rifle, there we go. And is this corruptor blast, defender burst? Really? Their damage? Wait, this is accuracy. I want to see damage, yeah. Oh wow, look at this. So you're telling me the corruptor damage is about 10% more. That one is almost 15%, 5-ish, 10-ish%. Well, no, that's about 15%. About 15% more damage. Now, this is before Scourge. So Scourge would kick in more once they get to below 50%. So that's very interesting. I didn't know you could do this. This is cool. This is cool. But if I compare their secondary and I go with empathy, and I do defender's primary and I go with empathy, and I go for healing, we can see healing per second is better on the defender. And that's about the same 15-16%. That's very, very interesting. That's very fascinating to me. That's very cool. I didn't know you could do this. I learned something new today. Oh, what's this button here? Scale. I don't know what that scale is. 0 to 25. Doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, you have to let go. What does that do? 0 to 25. Oh, I see the scale of the bar graph. Very interesting. Is there a resistance debuff? Okay, I digress. I get to playing around with the toys, but that is very, very interesting. Didn't know that. You can compare those powers against each other. Prepare. Oh, here we go, guys. Blaster primary versus the Sentinel. Ha ha ha. Let's do Fire Blast. Look at that, boys and girls. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very, very similar in most of your powers. This is what I've said before. Very, very similar. Now, I don't know why it's comparing Risk of Fire. Because they're at different levels is why. So if you take a look at this Rain of Fire is this Endurance? Oh, this is Endurance class, Phil. We want to see damage. There we go. Okay. So, Rain of Fire, 193 times 75 equals 1147. Rain of Fire, 159. A little bit more on Rain of Fire. You have to compare, some of these are a little off because of where the levels come in at, but this is really cool. I didn't know this existed, right? We need to record. We're going to record this in a minute. I'm learning as we go along. Like I said, I'm the worst person to learn this stuff from because I am not an expert at this at all. But this answers a lot of questions that we were asking before. Is like, okay, what does more on here and here? I mean, you can see, I've mentioned this before, but Sentinels are very, very competitive with Blasters. Now, this doesn't include the Blaster's Defiance, which, gives them another 20% on top of enhancement bonuses, whatever have you, 20-30% during any sort of prolonged fight. But the Sentinel can lower the resistance of enemies with opportunity. And soon they're going to get crits. So yay. But that's really cool. That's cool. You can do a power set comparison. So we'll keep that up. We got power sets here. Oh, I guess I can't have this all open at once. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Mids is having a canary, boys. You probably hear those glungs. Uh-oh, fudge.
You've got that window just behind those. It's kind of peeking out.
There it is. Yeah. Whew. I was about to do Control-Alt-Delete. Good call. Okay. All right. All right. So what other windows do we have here? Advanced. What I was looking, and the funny thing was, what I was looking for was there's one for your totals. That is not it. Advanced totals. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. All right. So let's go back to the recording. Yeah. More targets hit equals more damage equals blaster damage. In situations where you have more than 10 targets, sure, but do keep in mind that like a lot of times you don't have 16 live targets, especially like in some groups where they've already killed half of them before you get there. You don't do more damage in that one. Or if you're playing in like small group or single player content, you're probably not fighting a whole bunch of 16s. And they compensate the Sentinel somewhat with a T9 faster, a much faster recharge on T9s on Sentinel. So you get that boom in more often and whatnot. So yeah, no. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, generally speaking, there's some situations where a Sentinel comes really close to a blaster, but never really eclipses them. And then there's some situations where the blaster just does significantly more damage. I wouldn't say it's like earth-shattering difference, but it is a significant difference in some of those as well. But of course, you know, with your Sentinel, you have much better defenses should you get hit by, you know, silly things like bad guys with AoEs and the shiz. But all right. So let's start the recording again. Okay, so we are back, and now we're talking about. I want to show you guys, as part of our overview of mids, we're going to talk about some of these windows that are very, very helpful to have open. So if you go up to Windows here, you're going to see a lot of different things you can play with on here. And you can take a look through these. We're not going to go through every single one because we'll be here all night. But one of the ones I like to use here are the advanced totals. And you can also pull up some of these totals right here by hitting the totals tab. I usually find it's best to keep this on info and keep this totals somewhere on a second screen or off on the side or whatever have you. So you can see all of your totals here that we were looking at over here and then some. And you can also see all kinds of things like your stealth, your running speed, your flying speed. Very important, by the way, that you fly at least, 88 miles an hour, just saying. You'll see what things look like with haste and to hit and all the stuff that you can get all those numbers right there. You're also going to see your meds protection. Now, one thing you'll notice is that we have really great held, stun, sleep, immobilize, confusion, and terror, but we have nothing for knockback. Nothing for repel. Knockback happens enough to get on my nerves, definitely. So by looking at mids, this might give me that reminder of, oh yeah, I need to go ahead and put some knockback protection on this character. Where can I slot that in yet? I'm going to have to give something up because this character is mostly done. I'm not terribly worried about some of this other stuff. Teleport is a pain in the butt when it happens to you as a blaster, but it doesn't come up often enough for me to worry about slotting it. You do you, of course. But you can work. I've got knockback protection up here. So I usually get knockback on here somewhere. So we have protection, we have resistance. So there you go. And then your debuff resistances, right? If you're playing a tanker and you probably want to make sure you have some defense debuff resistance. Yeah, that could be helpful, right? So elusivity. There we go. I guess that's basically debuff resistance. I don't know what elusivity means. That's how newbie I am. See if anybody in the chat knows what elusivity means. But you can check that out. So, let's see here. But yes, you can find a lot of things in here, including here's all your set bonuses. And this will go through and just give you a nice breakdown of what you're getting from each of those sets. And then give you a summary of what a lot of that stuff comes out to be up here as well. So there's a lot of these different tools you can use. One of the interesting things you can do with mids is you can go over to you can go over here to sharing, and you can do a what's this, secure share recommended. Here we go. So you can do what's called a data chunk. This provides a whole bunch of text that you can copy and paste to your friend, and then he can import this chunk with build sharing. He can go to build sharing, import data chunk, and they can paste it into here, and it will pull up your build without having to email files and jump through a bunch of hoops. So, and there's a lot of places out on the internet and a lot of Discord servers and stuff that have these data chunks, and they're like, here's a cool blah, blah, blah build. And you can just bring that data build and pull it into your thing just like this. So even if you don't like building stuff yourself, understand that mids can make it much easier for you to take the builds that some of your favorite, YouTubers and your friends and your building partners are doing, and makes it easy for them to send it to you and for you to see at a snapshot what it does and where you need to slot everything and what levels you take everything out if you're respecing. Okay, that it gives you all of this right here. So it's not just a tool for building, but if you hate building, it can be a tool for sharing. From other people, receiving that sharing. And there's a lot of resources for that as well. Another thing that you can do is you can say, I believe here, if we mouse, there's a way to see, if we take a look at this power right here, like single shot. Let me see if I can lock this down here. All right, so we can see my accuracy. My accuracy is 280%, 78.5 I think is maybe the base, and 280% accuracy multiplier with other buffs, real numbers, whatever. So if I go in here and I say, let's do a +7, you're going to see my accuracy plummet. You can actually see what your accuracy is against different critters of different levels. So right now it looks, I don't know if I'm reading this correctly, but it looks like my chances to hit a same level mob is that 78%? That could be right. I mean, the default normally 75% on a new character. And then as you go up into higher levels, you usually lose 9% accuracy per level that you go up. Let me see here. This power doesn't have a lot of accuracy bonus in it, so it doesn't completely surprise me if I don't have a lot of global accuracy to add to this. If I go to another power like, let's say charge shot, I've got 40% accuracy on that one. And so we're saying, well, we're still seeing the 78.75, so maybe that's a cap of some sort on charge shot. Yeah, because that accuracy is 322 and then 78.75. So maybe I'm missing something in there or something I'm not understanding. But you can't. I have used this before to kind of get a pretty good idea of what my accuracy rating is against same level and +4s and stuff, to get an idea of what you're going to face against there. So I'll have to look up exactly what's going on with the parentheses here, because I'm a little confused. That seems pretty low for that to be 78.75. Normally gets a same level enemy if you got like one yellow in there, just a simple 20, 25%, 30%, whatever it's called, 20% accuracy. That usually gets you up to 95 and gets you to the cap pretty quick, because you can't have better than a 95% chance to hit an enemy. So I'll have to take a look at that. And if I turn aim off, you can see my accuracy going down. At least my inflated percentage accuracy going down. That's with aim turned on. So you can actually turn these powers on and off. You'll also see the damage calculation for this power go up with aim. So you can play around with aim. You go through each of your powers and see how well it affects the damage output of each of your power. It might help you make a better determination what's the best rotation for your power. So even if you don't build, this can help you to play around and go, what about with targeting drone? Targeting drone is really awesome because it does give you a nice damage bonus. Look at this. This is your charge shot. I don't even think it's charge shot. My sniper attack. Special might mean sniper. Range, high damage, special. No, that's it. I don't think that is. Unlock. Targeting drone, Lancer shot. Is it Lancer shot? Beam rifle, Sunstone, superior damage. That sounds promising. Charge up the beam, run out file, stun to target, suffering from 3 targets. Now, piercing beam, overcharge. can't remember which one exactly is the sniper, but I guess I shouldn't get fixated on it. But you can definitely see how if you take for example her big attack is overcharge. So this thing does 668 points of damage, and if I put on targeting drone, it goes up to 843. So that's a nice little bump there. So use this to help also look through how your different powers interact with your different numbers, and you can kind of see how that kind of works out. It's kind of a bit of a long overview, but I think this will work for now. From an overview standpoint, can you think of any questions, Ray? Just from like that 30,000 foot view, like what is mids and what does it do?
No, I really wasn't sure what all you could do with it. I didn't know if it's making suggestions when it comes to making something at a particular time or anything like that, but it seems to be more about just your bonuses and things like that.
Yeah, it does not provide any guidance whatsoever in making your build. Like, it won't pop up and say, hey, did you know that if you do this? Hey, did you know you're hitting this cap? You suck. It'll, if you are hitting a cap, it might turn it a different color just to let you know, but it doesn't go out of its way to try to guide you in a useful direction. For that, you're going to have to know your basics of character building. And for me personally, what I did was I sat down with one of our build experts in the last SG I was in, and I asked him to walk me through his thought process when he's building, which comes down more to the mechanics of building, which is the next step. But I asked him to take me through his, and I learned what I could off of that. And I've got my own kind of internal guidance now of what I look for when I build a character. But you have to have your own goals in mind. But it will help you, if you have your goals in mind, it'll help you to point whether or not you're actually meeting those goals yet, or whether you're, falling short, or you're hitting some, weird cap or something. So, yeah. But yeah, it won't do everything in the world for you. It won't necessarily point out, for example, like blasters have that better AoE cap than sentinels. It doesn't also do all of that. There are limitations. So let's take this to the next step, which is actually how do we actually get in and start building a character? All right. And if you're just joining us on YouTube, we're just kind of doing a mids tutorial overview. If while you're watching this, you have some thoughts, some questions, let me know in the comments. I am very, very curious, though. I kind of look stupid doing this, but as I said, I'm not the expert. I don't understand this accuracy number in parentheses. Why is it only 78.75? It seems to be capping at 78%, but the cap against a 7-level enemy is 95%. So unless I'm missing something here, it looks like, yeah, it's even showing 100% at -4, which I don't think it ever gets above 95%. Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding some rules somewhere. So I'm a little confused on the accuracy deal. And if I look at my power graphs here, nope, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the data view. Nope. Let's look for advanced totals, endurance reduction, miscellaneous buffs to hit. I have an overall percentage 87.12 extra to hit, which with aim turned on. Yeah, so I'm a little confused. That's the only thing, the part that's really driving me bananas. I don't know if anybody in the chat knows the answer to that. I would be most grateful if somebody would illuminate my bunny brain on that one. So, now an overcharge here, it's showing a 133% chance, 105% chance. That's kind of interesting. Very accurate. Huh. Oh well, I'm sure there's an answer out there. I just don't know what it is. All right, maybe they screwed up the math on it. Who knows? With mids, it's always like rolling the dice. But let's talk about how to build a new character. Let me start a new character. All right, so how do we build a new character? I'm trying to go through this as kind of quick as possible without slurring our words. We're just going to do a blaster since that's the default here. And let me get a form worker here. Trying to think what I was working on. We'll do the assault rifle devices here. So you're going to go through with each level, and you're going to pick your powers as you would as if you're leveling up, right? So you're probably going to start with like assault rifle. And it says if you decide you want to remove a power and replace it with a different one, click on the power name in the power list that appear on the left screen, or alt-click on the power bar. Then the next power you select will be placed into an empty space. So keep that in mind, and we'll definitely have to go through an example of that. So now, normally at level 1, you have to pick a secondary as well. If I pick another primary, it's going to be, you need to pick a secondary power. Okay? So we'll go ahead and pick Caltrops because Web Grenade sucks. We'll go ahead and we just do this as if you're leveling up, right? At the first time I go around this, I usually do this as if I'm leveling up, which as I'm mostly focusing on damage. I got a level here where Beanbag is range minor damage, and Taser is melee. I don't like melee. I don't like Toxic Web Grenade. So that's usually, I try to sneak it personally. I try to sneak Fly or whatever I'm going to use for my travel power in before, on or before level 14. Because if you exemplar down to 9, you'll get to keep your Fly, which is the lowest Ouroboros. Let's see here. At 10 now. Targeting drone, absolutely must take. Open that guy up. Sniper rifle. Oh, it's literally called sniper rifle. That's a good name to call your sniper power. Let's see here. What else do we have? For level 14. Alright, try not to think too hard about this, but we'll go ahead and pick up boxing or kick because I need toughness eventually anyways. Smoke grenade. I like smoke grenade. Flamethrower. Field operative is my stealth. Ignite is blowing them up and making them hot. Trip mine I could probably skip, but let's go ahead and take it. Full auto, of course, your T9 on that. You want to take that. Devices, PBAOE bomb. Makes me roll my eyes hard, but let's just say we take that for a rainy day. Gun drone is a pet. We definitely like pets. We're at level 32 now. We definitely are looking at our other power pools at this time. Good time to pick up tough, right? To get some smashing and lethal and stuff. And remember, we can kind of pull these, as we pick up tough, we can already start to take a look at our advanced totals here. And we can see it's already kicking in a little bit of smashing and lethal, all right? So I think weave gives you some defenses, so we'll throw that in there. We're hitting 38 and above. Maybe at this point we pick up an epic power pool. Oh, we can't do that until 40, I think. The super big one. Rude. Let me say I'm going to pick that for a second. Does that let me pick an epic power pool now? Oh, no, you have to pick at the bottom. That's the problem. So if you pick something on accident, like I picked Hover here, just click it off from up here and it'll make it go away. What I'm looking for is this epic power pool down here. Moo Mastery is one that I use quite a bit. Leviathan. Mace Mastery has a shield for it, so that's going to give you some defense. I probably want more resistance, so I think that might be Moo I'm looking for. Maybe not. Well, here we go. Charged Armor. Smashing Lethal Energy. So go ahead and click that guy on. You got to turn it on, and you're going to see my Smashing Lethal go from 10% to 29%. This is before we start doing enhancements, right? You can summon Adept. You can pick whatever. We're just going to pick some things now. I'm not going to get too much into building here. We're just going to pick a couple things and round it out. Okay. Oh, gosh. Gee whiz willikers. I just realized we never took Hasten. So we're going to back some of those out. Hasten should come up sooner rather than later. So go ahead and take Speed. You definitely want Hasten on your blaster. So there's not such a thing as a blaster that doesn't want hasten. That's not a thing. If someone's telling you that, they're telling you wrong. Oh, we got another. All right, summon the pets, summon a fence. Who cares? All right. So now we have our powers. Now we need to put our slots in. Now on the first go around, I'm just going to put slots where I think they should typically kind of go. You'll go through each power. You've got 67 slots or something like that, 67 slots to go, and you start putting them in from the left to the right. The one problem with mids, and I've not been able to figure it out, if you're doing a respec, you can just go in and put your slots wherever you want. When you do a respec, it just says, blah, just pop those things anywhere. With mids, it really still keeps track of the levels, and it's bound by that. And it can be a little bit of an issue if you're trying to put like a lot of powers here on electrifying fences. By rules on a respec on Homecoming, you could put 6 slots in there. By this game, it's enforcing the slots by rules, so you can only put 4. Yeah. Oh, we need a 3-slot fly. Absolutely. So go through and do these as you would normally do them. Now it says to put an enhancement on a slot, right-click on it. To pick up a slot and move it somewhere else, double-click on it. Alternatively, shift-clicking enhancement slots will allow you to pick up several slots one after the other before placing them again, which I've never done before. You can set the level an invention enhancement is placed at by keying the number into the enhancement picker before clicking on the enhancement. Don't do this, guys. Only use the tune sets for this, so you don't have to worry about that shiz. Yeah, I agree, Silox, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute. So let's do, so I'm just going to go ahead and put in what I would normally kind of put in for some of these off of my memory. So don't criticize me. We're just trying to make this a little fast. Of course, you want 3 slots in fly. That's absolutely a must. We're just gonna pop in a couple for that, field operative, defense, yeah, ignite, sounds like a 4-1 to me. Trip mine, full auto gets all 6. A remote bomb gets a couple, maybe. Gun drone needs quite a few to make them nice, accurate, and stuff. Toughness. We're going to put this in a charge armor first because it's a better value. Smashing lethal energy. And I think this has endurance cost of 0.33. Could use probably a 5th one. How many slots do I have left? 17 slots left to go. Oh my gosh, we got lots of slots left. Oh my gosh, I don't have the inherits down here. Where's my inherit powers? Ooh, I forget how to pull those up. This is where we hit a little bit of a snag here. I believe
on mine, I've got it pulled up and it's showing down at the bottom.
Is it showing stamina? You're seeing stamina and stuff? Stamina, sprint, all that jazz on the stream?
Yeah. Not on the stream. I've got mids.
Oh, you've got it open.
Well.
Oh, yeah. So I think the way I fixed this in the past is I switched the view to 2 columns, and now you can see them down here, and put it back to 3 columns. It's a bug. Watch my video. This game is buggy. Okay. So there we go. We brought them back again. We resurrected them back from the grave. We'll put it back at 3 columns. There they are. But now my graphics are glitching up a bit. All right, whatever. I'm missing my level 26 power. It is not having a good day, boys and girls. We'll do... Oh, gosh, that's so small. Okay, we'll try this. All right. You have to be patient with mids. I'm telling you, it's horrible. Stamina, I usually put a couple of slots in. And I think... I don't normally put one in health unless I need like a proc or something. I think we're good on that. We'll put some extra into weave or hasten. We need 2 in hasten for a recharge. You like 4 columns? Well, I'm a big fan of 4 columns now because it works. Defense for weave. We're going to put some into toughen first. And that's going to get us down to some slots. We'll put some in weave as well. Maybe... we'll just pop a couple more in somewhere, Phil. Pick something. Get off the pot. All right, we'll put one there. We'll put one there. We'll put one there. We'll put another one. Gun drone. Summon adept, maybe. Okay, there we go. We've used all of our slots. Now, if you want to move a slot, right? It says you can shift click to move this slot and put it over to here. So shift click over to here. Shift click over to here. Again, just kind of keep in mind, it will get caught up on the enforcing rules. If you start backloading your slots too much into these high levels and you don't have enough up here, it's going to start getting cranky with you because it really wants you to put them in somewhat in order. So kind of keep that in mind. If you're having a problem, you have to sometimes play around with what slots are at what level and all that other fun jazz. Okay, so our slots are now done. And we've got our status screen up here showing us that we are at... once we turn on charged armor here, we are at, now you're going to notice when we turn on charged armor, our endurance use at the bottom pops up to 0.98, but our smashing and lethal and energy protection go up. Keep an eye on these things. Remember, you want your energy recovery to be at least 1 point, maybe 1.5 above your endurance use. So maybe 1.5 is better. I think in 1's a little bit on the light side. So this is already kind of making me a little sweaty, but we still got more work to do. So let's say we want to focus on that endurance issue first, and we're going to start with stamina, obviously. Stamina is kind of an easy thing to put something into. So in order to put enhancements into stamina, we're going to right-click on it. And it's going to give me options between regular enhancements, which we never use, IOs. These are your non-set IOs, so we could just put endurance modifications in here, right? Then there's HOs, right, your hammies, which I never really use because they're very expensive. And then there's sets, right? And there's sets and set bonuses and stuff. So I think for like endurance, I generally use just IOs to get the best possible bonus in there. But sometimes I definitely will throw in some power transfer. Actually, with power transfer, that 5 set bonus is a very juicy +7. That's a 6-piece bonus for 7.5 recharge timer. But nah, I'm not going to put 6 slots into that for that, and whatever have you. So, here we go. Psylocke says to fix the slotting on the higher PAL levels, you go to slot enhancements, slots, and auto range all slots. Thank you. That is an excellent suggestion, Psylocke, and that's why I do this while I live stream, because I'm not smart enough. So what you do is you go to slots, we are going to slots, and we're going to auto range all slots, and that will fix a lot of your level issues if you're running into the level bug. Great. I love that. So good. Thank you for that and whatnot. And just to answer a chat question, Brian saying I made a site using Black Stone Art or Sentinel. It just feels like I'm doing no damage. If you want to, once I get done with this mids discussion, I would love to talk to you further about that, because I happen to have a stone armor sentinel, and I can show you what I'm doing, and we can compare notes. So I actually got one built up, and I've been playing it for levels, so we'll see. Anyways, so with our stamina here, you're going to want to slot this out. We're going to go ahead and just put regular stamina doohickeys. And it says to quickly add the next enhancement from a set into a slot, use your middle mouse click on the next slot. This will automatically add the next enhancement in that set. So if I middle mouse button, it'll fill all of these with standard IOs, right? So we put standard IOs in there. And now you're going to see my endurance recovery is up to 2.48 over here, 2.48. So by those 3 being in there, I've got a nice little bump, and I've got more breathing space between my toggles and my endurance recovery. So there is that. Now let's take another example. Hasten, same thing. I'm going to use normal SOs and do recharges on this. Now let's take a look at the hasten power for just a minute. You're going to see over here that the recharge on hasten is 450 seconds, but the duration is 120. In order for us to have perma hasten, we need to get that recharge to match the duration of 120. The first step, of course, is by popping a whole bunch of recharge reductions into here, right? Recharge reduction, recharge reduction, recharge reduction. I've now got it down to 169 with a duration of 120. Now I can make that up now. I can't put any more recharge reduction within hasten itself, but there are set bonuses that have recharge, global recharge in them that can help us bring this down and get us closer to perma hasten. All right, the gold standard. Let's see if we can work on that particular goal in mind while buffing one of our other powers. So let's pick on sniper rifle. It's one of my favorite things to do on a blaster, is sniping an enemy from a distance. And I want to get the most juice out of this possible. I'm going to put a nice set into it, right? Now, you're going into sets, and you're going to see there's different categories of sets. Because it has some knockback, it'll take the knockback sets. Because it's a sniper attack, it'll take the sniper sets. Because it's rain damage, it'll take rage damage sets. Because you're a blaster, you can put blaster ATOs in there. There's some choices here. Generally speaking, as you're mousing over, the one thing mids doesn't show you is how much do these things cost, right? If you're on a budget, mids is not going to help you keep to your budget. That's on you. Now, I personally don't have enough bandwidth to keep flipping back and forth and looking up prices to try to fit a particular budget. My personal rule of thumb So normally when I get to 50, I have around between 200 and 300 million on the character. That's mostly from doing story arcs, selling merit rewards. I have plenty of videos explaining how I earn money while I'm leveling up. But 200, 300 isn't a lot in enhancement land. So one way to look at this is you can just buy what you can build it all out and then buy what you can afford for now and replace your other SOs and IOs as more money comes in on that character. Another way to look at it is to build cheaply and mostly have this spec'd out for only 200, 300, 400 million, whatever the amount you have is, with the plans down the road to replace everything with something better, and whatever have you. So I take that second route. I'm going to put a bunch of cheap stuff in here on this level 50 for now. It'll still be a huge power burst, trust me. Even if you buy low-end cheap stuff, if you're coming from pure like level 30 IOs, like I tend to do. I tend to ride just the non-set IOs all the way to 50, and you jump to sets at 50, you're going to feel a big power jump. If you've already been putting in cheap IOs along the way, cheap set IOs, hopefully you are using mids to guide your process and your decision-making process, but you're getting to the same end. You're just doing it as you go along, and that's perfectly fine. You play the game however you want. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyways, but the one thing I can tell you is as you look over these, in your head, you can say if it's yellow, it's obviously just uncommon. Those are going to be cheaper than the oranges, which are rare. And I think somehow I've screwed this up here. Come on, go back here. So if we're talking yellows like Far Strike, that's going to be cheaper than Salvo, which is more rare. It's orange. And if you see a purple on here, like Superior Winter's Bite, you're going to be paying out the butt. Now, I've been playing the game long enough to know on the cheap end, Far Strike, which is not only pretty common, relatively speaking, but look at that level range on it, 10 to 25. Now, we're always going to buy our sets attuned. Remember, guys, when you buy attuned sets, you keep your set bonuses when you exemplar down, as long as you don't go below the minimum level that's on it. So Far Strike is a minimum level of 10, but you also get 3 more levels because remember you can go down like 3 levels and still equip it. So this will actually work to level 7. If you exemplar to 6, your set bonuses won't work anymore. But if you're exemplar 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, whatever, those bonuses will work. The set bonuses on here are a whopping 9 hit points and 1.5 resistance to tonic and psionic and a 2.5 mes resistance. So this is so the things that tell me this set is really cheap is number 1, it's yellow, and number 2, it only goes up to level 25. It also stops growing after level 25. So its enhancement bonuses stop growing after level 25. But if we go up to Entropic Chaos, this is going to be significantly more expensive because number 1, it's more rare, and number 2, it stops at level 35 instead of level 20 or 25 or whatever that other one was, right? And something that might make this, as you're looking over this one, you're going to see this is a 5-piece set. And it might be hard to see in the small print, but one of the sets is a chance to heal yourself. That's what we call a proc. Most of these are normal enhancement bonuses. Entropic Chaos, accuracy damage, improves your accuracy and damage. Entropic Chaos, damage endurance, so on and so forth. That last one, though, says Entropic Chaos, chance to heal self. That's a proc. If we pick that power and we take a look at it, it says you have a 5% heal, 3 procs per minute. PPM is an estimate of procs per minute. So you're going to get 15% of your health back every minute as long as this power's in your normal rotation because it has that chance to proc when you're using it. That's a nice little health buff, right? That's going to give you a little bit more staying power. Procs cost extra. They're at a premium. People love procs. So kind of keep that in mind. That's going to add to Entropic Chaos's value. I don't know the prices off the top of my head. If I had to guess, I would say Entropic Chaos is probably a 1 million per piece set with that chance going for 2 million, give or take. But if we go back to the sets as a whole and we take a look at like Superior Winter's Bite and Winter's Bite, this is a set that goes all the way to 50. It starts off being rare and the purple is super rare. I guarantee you these guys are going for north of 15 million, 18 million or more. But they have some of the best bonuses on the planet, right? When we're taking a look at Entropic Chaos, which was kind of mid, it's got a 10% regeneration, a 2% resistance to fire and cold, 3% mes, 2% max endurance, and a 6% enhancement to recharge time, which is nice. But if you go to Superior's Winter Bite, you're getting a 6% resistance to fire and cold, a whopping 10% mess resistance. You're getting 15% resistance effect to people that would try to mess with your recharge time, speed running, or speed flying. You're getting a 4% endurance recovery. You're getting a 5% defense to energy negative and some range defense as well. And you're getting another 5% to fire and cold and 2.5 defense to AOE. Oh, it's 3 to 4 million for that proc I mentioned earlier. Holy cow. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, those procs, I'm telling you boys, whenever you see a proc, jack up your prices. But Superior Winter's Bite is going to cost you at least, bare minimum is at least 100 million for an entire 6 set. And I'm willing to bet it's probably closer to 150 million for an entire 6 set. So keep that in mind. Starts off really low down here, gets up to here. So this is something you're doing when you got some money. Watch my videos on how to make money and you'll have some spare coin to spend on this stuff. So let's say we go with Entropic Chaos because that's kind of I think Entropic Chaos is probably also worth a little bit more because for 5 pieces you're going to go ahead and get a recharge time bonus enhancement. And that's what we're looking at. Another hot tip Psylocke just gave us, prices will always go up in the auction house after patch days, so keep that in mind. Buy your enhancements before the big patches come out. Entropic Chaos is a 5-piece range set, so I'm actually going to put that in slugs since we have 5 holes in there. We're going to go to set, we're going to pick Entropic Chaos, we're going to pick the first one. I want a full set of Entropic, so I'm going to go 1, 2, and before I finish this off, I just want to go back to Hasten here for a second and point out that Hasten's recharge timer is at 169. When we finish this, we're going to see that 169, it's still showing, oh, it is down to 165, if my eyesight is correct. I need to get better glasses. Let me, was it Control, Shift, there we go, let me take that back. Oh, I just got rid of the enhancement slot. Yeah, it was 169, almost 170. So putting Entropic Chaos here brings it down to 166, essentially. So we're shaving 4 seconds off. So if we want to get Perma Hasten, we're going to need a lot more help. Since I'm focusing on regen or recharge timers, one thing that's really popular for that is Luck of the Gambler. Luck of the Gambler has a procy thingy on it. Or not a proc thing, but it has one piece that gives you an increased global recharge speed of 7.5% just by itself without having a full set. So I put that in their weave. You're going to see Hasten go down to 161 seconds. So we're getting closer to that goal. Some people, when you're picking your powers at the end here, you notice I was just kind of doing these willy-nilly. Kick is kind of a willy-nilly power as well. I just actually needed that as a prerequisite for weave. But what some people will do is they will pick defense powers and only keep it for one slot so that they can put Luck of the Gambler in it. And do this for other similar procs. We call that basically, I think it's called muling, where you just pick a power solely for the purpose of carrying this global recharge time or some other proc that helps your character out, but it has nothing to do with the actual defense of your character, right? So kind of keep that in mind. You can pick powers and just mule them. So maybe up here, if I want to get more recharge, maybe I get rid of Electrifying Fences and I try to see if there is another power I can pick, like, I don't know, Super Speed or something. I'm looking for something with plus defense and see if, just looking through and see if any of these things have plus defense on them. Air Superiority, Career Fly, Evasive Maneuvers, Hover. Here we go, Hover. Self 5 plus defense all. Pick Hover, stick another Luck of the Gambler in there. Yay. And now we can see our Hasten is now down to, let me unlock that. Sorry about that phone sound. But we're down to 157. We're getting a little bit close to Perma Hasten. Honestly, Perma Hasten isn't the biggest deal in the world, but it's pretty expensive to get into fully. But you can see at least the process of how we're getting closer and closer there. And these Luck of the Gamblers will cost you easily 5 million a pop. So that's kind of a little bit of an overview. You can also see, let's say I take a look at, full auto here. Let's take a look at full auto for a second. So full autos are T9 power, which by the way sucks on a Sentinel. Never pick a assault rifle Sentinel. So this is a really bad example I picked. But oh no, it's a blaster. Full auto is great on a blaster. Okay, so if we pick full auto, you can see here the recharge time on full auto is down to 31 seconds. It's a base of 60 seconds. It's the one blaster power that feels like a Sentinel. Its damage is lower than most T9s. It recharges faster. It honestly feels in a way like you're playing a Sentinel, at least in terms of your power output, you know, because you have this thing that's on a fast recharge. We've got it right now sitting at 31 seconds, and that's before we even slot any sets with recharge on it, right? Let's go ahead and stick something really cool in there like our Sentinel ATO. So we go to Blaster Archetype sets, and we have Blaster's Wrath, okay? And we also have Defiant Barrage. So you can kind of take a look at both those guys there and decide which one you want to put in here. This one gives you a chance for fire damage. This one gives you recharge time and plus status, whatever that means. I'm gonna stick with Defiant Barrage and see what that does for me. Now you can go for the regular one or the superior version. I would generally say go with the superior version if you're going to get these, and they're going to cost you either 100 merits each, or on the auction house, these things usually go for 14.50 million a pop. Generally speaking, I would get them for 14.50 million a pop and then spend my merits somewhere else. But you do you. But you can easily take the regular Defiant Barrage and make it the superior version by putting all the oranges, these are oranges, right? Putting all the Defiant Barrage in, then buying 6, one for each piece, 6 Catalyst, I think are the Catalyst converters? Catalyst, whatever. 6 Catalyst off the auction house. Don't spend merits on these. Get them off the auction house. Every time I've looked, they're relatively much cheaper on the auction house than the merit cost. You can get them for 600,000 or less each. That's 3 million total to upgrade your rare into a very rare purpley deal or whatever it's called. Taking your orange from a purple. And you're going to get a nice damage boost from it for a 3 million more. If you're going to spend 100 million, you might as well spend 3 more. But do that separately. Don't buy the superior version directly. You'll generally pay more. Okay? So let's take a superior Defiant Barrage, and we're going to put this guy into here, and we're going to use our middle mouse button to fill that in quickly. And you're going to see the recharge now on this is only 20 seconds. 20 seconds. And we're doing really, really great damage. And if we mouse over that, we're going to see that we have from the set bonuses, we're getting 36 extra hit points. Hit points already on the Sentinel is pretty high at 1,200. So we're getting 36 extra hit points. We're getting a plus 10 global enhancement recharge bonus. We're getting a 5% defense to energy and negative, 2.5 defense against range, which is nice. 3.6 maximum endurance, and a 4% damage buff across the board. 4% right across the board. We go back to our hasten guy that we've been staring at, and we can see now our recharge is now down to 151. We started off with a recharge of 170, and we're now down to 152, I should say. So we're close to the we're getting closer to the halfway point if that was our goal, was to have perma hasten. Okay? But this is kind of an overview. And whatever have you, and we'll stop for a minute here and see if there's any last minute questions. So any questions from you or from chat? Again, this is kind of the 30,000 foot view. I can't give you specific build advice. I'm not really great at that. I'm just trying to give you the tools so that you can start going in there and at least making intelligent decisions about how you're speccing out your character and whatnot. I guess one thing I could say is we could talk about caps a little bit. Is there anything, so caps is on my list. Is there anything else that you guys in the YouTube chat or Mr. Ray, is there anything that pops into your head that I could cover?
Not off the top of my head. I think it's going to be something that is going to take the information I'm getting here and then take some hands-on experience and, playing with it, plugging in things to really get the real hang of it.
Absolutely. And the nice thing with the video side, you can always rewatch video pieces of something, went over the head the first time around. And then you can always come back and ask me questions. It might be a good quick video too, as far as like, okay, we got this question, let's pop that out there and whatnot. So yeah. Yeah, we were looking at some of those graphs earlier, Psylocke, and they're pretty cool. Give me 1 second. I should move I can't believe I put the mic over here for half of this, but I'm not redoing it. Is this the menu in the game, or is this a website? This is a program called MIDS. You use this for building up your You use this for building up your characters. So yeah, it's a program called Mids. You download it, Homecoming Mids, and whatnot. And a full video of this, if you missed the beginning of this, you're just joining us. We're on the back quarter now of a video that I'm making, just giving an overview of Mids from a casual player's perspective. You can see the whole video. It will be up soonish, probably tomorrow-ish, once I get it edited and stuff. But we'll have this up so you'll be able to watch this from the beginning if you missed any. Absolutely. Absolutely. And is our Stone Sentinel friend still with us? I think it was Brian or yeah, hopefully he's still with us, because I can do some Stone Sentinel after this, and we can talk Stone Sentinel. All right, so we're going to talk about resistance caps as my final thing, I think. And then I'll show you Stardust, which is completely broken, and I'm still working on it to this day. But going over this is useful for me too, because it helps me to regurgitate some things and go slowly and go, okay, this is how this works, and da-da-da. So, all right, let's go back to this. All right, so one of our last things I want to go over is talk about caps. So there are lots of caps in the game. It helps to have some of them memorized. Generally speaking, when you hit a cap in Mids, it'll turn something a different color, but it won't exactly scream at you. One of the caps, for example, on blasters is your resistances can't be more than 75%. So here's a question. Can I cap out our resistances and make the most tanky blaster I can make? So this is where this total screen comes in. Remember, we get this from Windows up here and going to Advanced Totals, and we can see this very beautiful bar graph, and we can see our resistances are getting up there. But can we hit a cap on this? So we already know that charged armor gives us some nice resistance here. We're going to want to go ahead and fill this up with enhancements, though, to get the most out of it. And because we're trying to be a little silly and totally cap it out, I'm going to go for an expensive set that gives me extra bonuses. Now, one of the major ways to increase your resistance and your defenses in City of Heroes is with set bonuses. I covered this loosely in my last video I did in the tutorial section about using set bonuses. Every set, as we've talked about, you've heard me read a bunch of these things out loud, tend to add set bonuses. For a lot of characters, set bonuses are, in fact, the major form of defense that they have on their character, because they may not have very many dedicated defensive powers, and that tends to be the case with a lot of blasters. With charged armor here, we're getting a nice 20, we were up to 30% smashing and lethal. So we're going to go ahead and just pop in a nice expensive set there. I'm not going to spend too much time figuring out which one. I'm just going to pop one in there, and then I'm going to bring my graph back over, and you're going to see that 30% is now up to 40%, 41%. And I think we had another power that had defense on it. And I'm trying to remember if we picked it earlier or later. Trip mine, full auto, tough. So tough gives us another 10%. And if we turn on and off tough, we can see where it's affecting our endurance, right? In our smashing lethal. Let's go ahead and pull a full set into that guy as well and make it nice and juicy. Now, one thing I should mention about buffs, or the procs earlier that was mentioned, like the recharge one from the Luck of the Gambler piece, you can only have 5 of the same one on your character and have it do anything. So keep that in mind. You can only have 5 Luck of the Gambler chance for a recharge proc. So that's a fun little rule. Now we're up to 46%. We're not close to the 75% yet. We're going to have to rely on some defenses from our offensive power sets for that. So when we look at some of these things, what we're looking for, and this is where shopping for sets can be very important. If I'm really focused on resistance to smashing and lethal, I need to look at these powers, these offensive powers, and go, okay, which one of these has good, for smashing and lethal? This has 2 point, oh, that's in PvP, damage buff all. So you have to start reading through, the small print here to find something with good resistance to smashing and lethal. Smashing and lethal. So I'm going to read through and just try to find something that is, it's usually not too hard to find, but let's see here. Smashing and lethal. That's in PvP mode. Looks like lethal, mes resist all. Well, this has 2.25. That doesn't seem like a lot. Resistance to psionic, resistant to energy, resistance to psionic. Boy, I'm like pulling out my hair looking for smashing lethal here. About to throw this thing out the window. Tempest, do you have smashing lethal? Yeah, I don't think it has like a really good like, hey, here's a search function. Is there a search function that lets me find smashing and lethal? Has some knockback protection on that one. Here we go, 3% for Cupid's Crush. This is a very expensive one, but we're going to go ahead and just stick that in there. That's going to give us 3 more percent. We were at 46%. We're now up to 49%. Now, that was Cupid's Crush. For quickness, I'm going to go ahead and keep putting in Cupid's Crush wherever it will let me put in Cupid's Crush for that quick 3%. Boom. Oh, I can't because it's apparently, oh, yeah, universal damage. Can you only put in one of those? I guess you can only put one of those sets on your character. At least Mids enforces some of those rules. I think you can only put one of each ATO on your character as well. But I haven't done this one yet. Has this got smashing lethal on it? No. Stupid, silly blaster sets not having a lot of defense on them. Targeted AoE. Alright, do you have some smashing lethal on you, boy? Energy, negative recharge. Here we go. It's 2.25%. Boy, they really don't want you to get too good at these things. Do I need that 6 one? Okay, you only need 3. To get the smashing and lethal, you only need 3 slots. So if I need to move slots around, I could do that. Let's say you can import your build from the game into Mids by using the game in command build save file and then your character name.txt. And then you can open it from Mids under homecoming accounts, username, and builds according to site locksend. So another super, super hot tip. I'll repeat that again. You can import your build from the game into Mids by using the command in-game / build save file. That's all one word. Build save file, one word. And then space your character name with the .txt at the end. Then you can open it from Mids under the homecoming accounts, username, builds. That's awesome. Great tip. Hot tip. Hot tip, hot tip. Yes, Kay, now's a great time to join. We're going to show some gameplay here in a minute. We're going to do some Sentinel gameplay. So I hope you'll join us for that. I hope I can find some more smashing lethal. Okay, we're going to do bombardment. And I need that. Smashing lethal's on 3 pieces no matter what I pick. All right, we're at 54%. What about Fly? Does Fly have a set with smashing lethal? We can always hope. Resistant to fire. Resistant to energy. Stupid Fly. Never there to help me when I need it. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to hit this. I wonder if I can pick another defense power from somewhere, but I don't know where. What other power has a good resistance? This presence. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else I can stack in here. Experimentation. You go smashing, ranged damage, stealth, range. Nope. Now they're pretty good. They probably made sure you couldn't stack too much of this stuff. Well, that's defenses all. Might have been easier just to max out my defenses rather than my resistances. Yeah, I'm just looking to see. Is there a proc piece that increases smashing lethal that you guys can think of? Gladiators resistant smashing lethal. Yeah, I can't believe that there just isn't a better smashing lethal armor option on some of these powers. %1.5% on Tempest. Woohoo. Resistance fire and cold. Ruin. Decimation. Oops. $2.25. It really likes that 2.25 deal. Oh, here we go. 3.5. We'll take that. Yes, please. Need 5 pieces. Sure. I'm up to 58%. I don't know if I can squeeze another 18% out of this one, guys. It is. It is really, really tough to find resistance to smashing lethal. It was harder than I thought it would be. Spend all day shopping. It's like shopping at the mall. Obliteration. I wonder, does mids have a way to find stuff that you're looking for? Probably not. That's probably asking too much. Oof. Defiant Barrage. Resistant to energy and negative. Oh, well, I guess you can get this 2.25 for 3 pieces there. We're up to 60%. Oh my gosh. I'm running out of powers. Resistant to energy. Frozen Blast. Superior Frozen Blast. We're going to take that one right there. We're up to 62%. Resistant to speed. Or resistance to toxic psionic. Enhancement accuracy. PvP. Superior avalanche. Resistance to cold and fire. Lots of defense. Boy, I need better glasses to be staring like this. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the best distance for me? Enhancement, defense, resistance, smashing, lethal. All right, let's do this one. Boom, boom, boom. 64, 65. We're up to 65%. We're getting there. We are so getting there. 3%. Nope. Yeah, I'm beginning to think, boys, if you're building a blaster, go for defense. Screw resistances. Right? All 92 of them. Oh, you're betting of okay. KSE. When we get done with this, you and I are gonna have a little chit chat if you're around. Yeah. And whatnot. %66%. Yay. Resistance. Resistance to cold and fire. Resistance to Mezal. Resistance smashing lethal. Sure. Boom, 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 boom. What? I'm still at 66? Did you not promise me smashing and lethal? Oh, missed advertisement. Resistance smashing lethal for Tempest. 1, 2, 3. Can you Franken slot this to resistant toxic, resist energy negative, regeneration hit points, resistance fire and cold, defense AoE. I mean, I can dream. I can dream here. Can we find some more resistance? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get more on there. What am I at? 67%. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm running out of powers. Weave. Weave. Shield wall. Aha. Do you have any resistance to smashing and lethal? Reactive defenses. We'll take it. 69%. Oh my gosh. Summon Adept. Do we have a smashing and lethal here? A 4-piece gives us 2. So this 4-piece gives us 2. But I need some more slots here. So I'm going to take them out of Gun Drone here because I didn't need all these for Gun Drone. And I'm going to put them here and Summon Adept just so I can get this bonus. Why does it look like I'm still at 69%, you SOB? 69%. 2.5 resistance, smashing, and lethal. I feel like it's not adding this one in. I didn't see my number go up. Is Blaster's capped at weird number like 69? I thought it was 75% resistance on Blaster. Is it 70% resistance on Blaster? Which, why wouldn't it go up to 70 if it was 70? Oh, here it is. Blasting's resistance capped 75%. So why is Summon Adept not showing the extra resistance there? From the set when I put it in. Yeah, it's not adding it in. That's really weird. Is it another mids bug? You guys tell me. Oh, it's grayed out. It's grayed out. Usually that means... No, it's grayed out because I've done something illegal. And I'm not sure what. See how it's grayed out? Like, are you telling me I can't take it? Charged armor, summon adept. Yeah, it's graying it out. Why is it graying it out? Does it not? Well, no, that shouldn't matter. Actually, a lot of my powers are grayed out. Okay, now we got them back on. Totals. Yeah, because when you hit totals, I believe it only shows you which powers are affecting your totals. Which a lot of those are grayed out because they're not currently got any set bonuses in them. I think. Yeah, that's really weird. But yeah, it's different than charged armor. Ooh, we're up to 72%. Yeah, we're talking about the limits. I'm trying to get to 75%, which is the limit on Blaster for resistances. But for some odd reason in my Summon Adept, when I'm doing this one, it's not counting the resistance. And the power is grayed out. And I can't think of why Summon Adept on Moo Mastery would be grayed out. I'm like scratching my head. What rule am I breaking there? Why is Summon Adept grayed out? You would get the set bonuses even if the Adept wasn't currently summoned. You would get your set bonuses from just having one as a sets. So that can't be it. I just, for life, man, can't imagine why Summon Adept is grayed out. That's weird. And it's showing that as well on... Yeah, it's graying out these two. Now, if I go over to here, it looks normal. Yeah, I'm not super sure. Now, if I do a... Oops. Let's go ahead and take away these powers, put in Summon Adept again. Let me view my totals again just to make sure we are still at... Oh, we're down to 39%. Somehow in screwing all this up, I really screwed up my armor here. I think it was this one here. So we're up to 72% right there. We're getting closer. And let's see if I put the Summon Adept powers in here now. Yeah, it's not counting it. It's still not counting it. I don't know why Summon Adept isn't. That's really... It's got me scratching my head. I don't have the exact answer for it. Yeah, that's really weird. It might be a bug. It might be like a rule that I'm missing from the game. So let me see if I put in something else that has a little bit of resistance to smashing and lethal. We got detonation here for 3 pieces. We're up to 73%. I don't know if that helped. It doesn't seem to have helped. Detonation. Oh, it's 2 pieces get you the thing, Phil. Oh yeah, it is helping. So Caltrop's bonus to resistance is helping, but for some reason Summon Adept is not. It's the rule of 5. But the rule of 5 says that I can only have 5 of the same. Ooh, wait, I see what you're saying. Do I have 5 of the 2.5 bonuses? Is that what it is? Yeah, and Caltrops works because it's a 1.5 bonus. Good call, Jerone. Good call. We need to bring that up for the video. I put the video on pause, but that's a great point. Yeah, so I need to pick a different freaking bow. Oh my gosh. I wonder if I can find another resistance to smashing the, but it can't be 2.25. It needs to be some other number. Oh, I'm so close to hitting cap. I got to hit cap. There's got to be a way. You can't do this to me. I must have cap on smashing lethal. Resistance to talk. Here we go. 1.25%. Haha. Yes. Wait, why isn't that working? Oh, I need one more piece from somewhere else. Okay. Boop and boop and boop. No, you're not working. Do I have too many 1.25s? Oh, that's defense, Phil. That's not resistance. That's the problem there. What about field operative? Can you give me some defense? Some resistance to smashing lethal? Yeah, 5 pieces luck of the gambler. Duh. Okay. Let's take it away from Precious 5. Go for luck of the gambler. And that is a 3.75 smashing lethal, so that should work. Yay! We did it. We have hit. We have hit cap, boys. All right, back to the video. So I saved you guys 15 minutes here on the YouTube video of me going through and finding out what I could do to finally cap out this resistance. It was definitely piling up a bunch of different bonuses. One thing we have learned is that I mentioned before that if you have 5 of the same proc, you can't have the 6 of the same proc, right? If you do Luck of the Gambler, chance for recharge 5 times, it won't use, the next one would be a waste, or it won't even let you put in, I'm not sure. But apparently another rule of 5 is if you have 5 of the same bonus type, then like the exact number of like smashing lethal resistance 2.25% plus, then you can't get more 5 of those, and you just can't keep stacking them up. But you can have another set that has resistance smashing lethal by 1% or 3% or whatever, as long as it's a different one. So you're going to see here that by doing all these, I have managed to basically cap my smashing lethal. If I mouse over this, well, it'll say 77.61 smashing lethal or smashing resistance capped at 75%. So this is letting you know, hey, you're wasting some energy. I should probably go and find one of these sets that has smashing lethal and change it for something else. This is the kind of thing that mids will help you. If you're paying a lot of attention to it and you're using all the tools, they can help you to avoid waste like this. Especially if, heaven forbid, you paid a lot of money for a high-end set for its extra smashing and lethal, you could probably downgrade that to something more affordable. So, That was pretty helpful there. So thanks for the audience for help on that one and whatnot. And I think when I take a look at, and one way Mids tries to communicate that to me, I think, was the fact that it's grayed out and it's letting me know, hey, this set isn't really going to help you a lot because you've already got, perhaps some of these, in there. So if I clear these out, let's see if I clear these out and I pick a different set. Let's say I pick, I don't know, something completely weird. Yeah, I'm still not sure why that's grayed out, but I think if we take a look at resistance energy, we're at 35%. It is impacting my energy. I'm not super sure why it's grayed out here, but it is helping my energy right here. So it is helping there. So that's how you can kind of use mids. I won't finish this right now, but hopefully this is a good overview. If you got questions, put those in the comments below, and maybe I can answer those on future videos. Yeah, not a build expert. My advice is if you're looking for someone to really know, when I was working on this, and boy, do I have a lot of defense. Now I got 20% defenses here. That's nice. Let's say you want some build advice. Okay, Phil, you've told me about this. Now, what's good for a stalker? What's good for a scrapper? What's the best way to build this so I can do +4? What's a good way to build a PvP? What are some goals I should be aiming for, right? For that, I'm going to send you to the build experts. I am not a build expert. I don't do enough of this. If you want to know how to get your level 20 character up and running, I got your back. We can talk about SOs and I can tell you the exact optimized route for SOs. But for everything else, I'm going to point to the people who know more than me. This is just an overview. Like, here's a wrench. Here's what you do with the wrench, and now you got to build a car using the wrench and the nuts and the bolts that we showed you today. I hope some of you have found this helpful. If so, put it in the comments below and let me know. Like I said, I built a couple of characters with this, and I think it has been helpful for me to at least have planned out what sets I want to buy in advance before I go and spend a ton of money on them. But on YouTube land, thank you so much for watching. Until next time, may God bless you. All right, YouTube video's done. Now we can play the game. Yay! Hopefully people out there on the stream found that useful. I can hope.
Yeah.
Yay. No, Brian, we gotta see the Sentinel. Just for a few minutes? What level's your Sentinel? I was all excited. No. I even have artwork for my Rocky Sentinel. Let's see here. Stonefall. Look at that. See, Stonefall's awesome. Oh, he's a little big too. I'm just going to put him over there on the side. Where did my game go? Oh, well, it's not there. We're missing the game. Be helpful if we had the game. There it is. Here's my Stone Sentinel. Damage-wise, I think it's fine. I think the damage, I haven't really done a direct comparison, but it's been feeling pretty decent overall. In case he comes back and watches this video later, I can just share kind of the enhancements here. Generally speaking, for most powers, I will do 2 reds, 1 yellow. Usually I do red, red, yellow, red, yellow. I went a little different with this one here, but I think I prefer my normal red, yellow, but whatevs. So damage-wise, you always want to make sure you have at least 2 reds in your attack powers as soon as possible, followed by a yellow for some extra accuracy, and then maybe a 3rd red for maximum carnage and whatnot. For your defenses here, you can see I've got some extra defense buff slotted into some of these, and resist damages where appropriate and whatnot. So, resist damage, defense. Huh. What does this accept? Enhanced defense, but it looks like it's got... Oh yeah, it has a good defense on it. So I guess we're doing a lot of defense with this one. It's weird. I guess I'm a little confused because I don't normally associate stone with basically a chance to miss. I think like it should be more resistance, but what do I know? There's some more resistance there and stuff like that. So as far as like killing stuff goes, I mean, now granted these are greens and blues, not exactly the highest level in the world, but... I kind of find that he does okay. That's a lieutenant there, so it's going to take a couple more hits than normal to beat. Where are you running off to, buddy? Do you see how the ground goes after him and goes kablooey? I love the optics on that, right? It's very, very cool. It is very cool. I think there's a little bit tougher things over here. Oh gosh, there's a whole group of tougher things over there. Yeah, he's like a big tough guy and then gets encased in stone. And that's a lieutenant there. You're not going to get blaster. Like with a blaster, I could probably take that lieutenant out in like one sniper shot or probably 3 medium regular hits, right? It takes a couple more with the sentinel on the average sometimes. Oh, there's a boss. Ooh, a boss. Ooh, let's have some fun. No way this can end poorly. This can't end poorly at all, guys. Oh, that guy hurt a lot. He's... Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, fudge. And I'm fighting him with my travel powers turned on, which is kind of silly for a prolonged fight. There we go. I took care of that red boss. Level 25 boss. So he went down pretty good. Worth a little XP. Anyways, that's our Rocky Sentinel. He gets the job done. I don't have too many problems with him. Can be a little endurance heavy from time to time, but generally don't have too many problems. Let's pull Chris over here. Hey, Chris. Uh-oh, we lost Chris. All right.
Hey, welcome back.
There's Chris. I drug you down to the YouTube channel. You're up there all by yourself. You scared everybody else away.
I think the other ones went AFK or something. What?
Yeah, I looked up and you were just buying the channel by yourself. You must have said something hot and spicy over there.
One mission's here. The other ones didn't talk. I don't know. I guess they're waiting on something. They have to go. I don't know.
Well, I want to see if anybody wants to run a little something, or if everyone feels like just being introverted and soloing. Or it's late and people need to go to bed. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I'm with my friend Princess Jojo here, doing I just finished Ouro Flashbacks. I don't know if this arc is done yet. Let's see.
Oh, you're with somebody, then that's good. I don't want to be in a big group, so if you're doing that, that will work.
Speaking of bed, it is about that time.
No, yeah, it is. It is a worky day, so I can totally understand.
Yep. Well, thank you for that introduction to mids. I will be studying that and studying mids and kind of working my way through it.
Cooly, cooly. Well, have a good
Yeah.
one.
Okay, we will get you guys later.
Take care.
All right. Is my Alta? Oh, KSE, are you still in YouTube land?
I on YouTube?
KSE is one of my listeners on YouTube here, and we're going to talk about alts if they're still around.
Actually, I should read this one.
Still here? Okay, check this out, KSE. And yeah, there's a little delay between the video and everything, so if I take a while to respond or something. So if we take a look. Oh, coolly. Well, welcome to Discord. If you want to jump in a voice there, you're more than welcome, or you just hang out here on YouTube and text works fine. But let me show you if I can log out here. There we go. 3, 2, 1. New Year's! Woo! So here is my character select screen. Page 1, Sentinels and Blasters, because I like their primary powers to be different because they're very similar classes in a lot of ways. They have the same primaries essentially with some tweaks. I do have 2 fires though. So we have Firebug, Stonefall. I won't go through all of them, but yeah, I enjoy playing these different characters because they all play, pretty differently. And that's why I like how much diversity there is in the game, even within the same archetype. And we got our killer music. I love the villain music. Anyways, page 2 is Corruptors and Defenders, because those two share a lot of power sets. Though I tend to have more Corruptors because they're much better to solo. Page 3 is Dominators, with a couple of controllers. Controller soloing is really bad, so I don't do a whole lot of that. But we do have quite, including the ever so humble Polite Punisher, who is basically the face of our Discord community. Then we have, next page is Masterminds, Stalkers, and a Widow. And then we have a page full of Brutes and Tankers with a couple of Scrappers. And then I got a couple that I'm working on here. So don't look at these. They're kind of, they're works in progress. So yeah, I like alts. That's why I say I'm a casual streamer. I don't spend a lot of time on any one character to make like +7 content or 4-star or anything like that. You're not going to find that on my channel. It's going to be mostly me playing the old, doing solos, duos, things like that, and mostly playing easier content. Now, here's a question for those of you guys in the chat channel. I could do an hour of that. I could do roughly an hour, a few story arcs of that villain thing that I've been working on, where I read everything out loud. Or we could just pick one of these characters and run with them. More Beast Marine. Okay, yeah, we can do Beast. We can do some Beast Marine, sure. Let's see here, Beast Mastery. Yeah, good old Hydro Pack here. He's got that headset there that lets him communicate off of there. Posted up some of the art. Yeah, commissioned somebody else back in the day. Oh, there you go. Speaking of, let me go ahead and see. I think I have a picture of Hydro Pack here. Hydro. Oh, here we go. I knew I had a picture of him. Yeah. So there we go. All right. So weird seeing people live stream City Heroes. Why is that weird? You mean everyone's not doing it? Isn't it the hot new MMO that's like sweeping the nation? Now, let's find something fun to solo as a mastermind. Masterminds are really good at soloing. They really are. Let's help find Fusion Net. Now, this is a cute one that has an arch villain at the end, I think, or an elite boss version of him in solo. I'm kind of curious to see how this character handles them. And if you're here, you might as well make sure you hit the donut right there for an exploration badge if you don't have it. Before streaming was Comet. Oh, that's true. That's true. But now it's back. It's in full force, and Alex and everybody else can be playing City of Heroes right here, right now. It's calling you. Ring, 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 ring. We're gonna train our beast, and we're ready to go. We're ready to tackle this here Yunjin. Go get them, puppy dogs. Good puppies. I don't know why I used a fortified beast there. Now, I tell you what, I have been doing this mission with a defender and a corruptor. And if I ever needed to know, why did I rate Mastermind S tier, and I basically, put them at like B and C tier, this is why. This is just so much easier. This is just walking on easy street, right? Like, I can pull a Mastermind any mission and know that I'm just rarely going to run into an issue. Let's see. You've jumped back into a few different times since Homecoming came out. You've been out for a while. Well, now it's time to come back home. Alex, this is fate. This is fate, and it's calling you. It says, please come back to Homecoming. Come play the new Marine power set here that I'm showing off. Marine Affinity. So we got a lot of powers here that are good for debuffing enemies and buffing our pets. Well, he's dead before I can show them all off. That tends to be a problem sometimes with very aggressive wolves. You can always, like the Superman punch here, you can do wee kaplooey. Oh, that's a nasty lieutenant. Get him, boys. And when they start taking too much damage, you just kind of heal them up. And I mean, heaven forbid one of these poor little puppies die, we just summon up more. There's like a never-ending supply of puppy dogs from somewhere. We don't know where they're from, but they're there. Sometimes the puppies get a little spread out and you just gotta pull them back. Give them a little quick whistle and just say, here, boys. Now, this is a little bit of a bad pull here. We're getting a lot of enemies at once, but it's really not that big of a deal for puppy dogs. We lost a Wolfie. That's most unfortunate.
That's a good step too for beasts if you're carrying it Marine. Usually he's pretty good.
Yeah, because, and this is probably more a happy accident than anything I pre-planned, but with Marine, what you're seeing when you look at these powers is a lot of them do like an AoE foe speed negative of whatever debuff, but also doing something for your own guys and whatnot. So it's important that your wolves are near the enemy when you're using these powers to get the most out of them. Like you can see here, Tide Pull, Location AoE, Team, plus damage, Foe, negative damage, negative speed, negative jump, negative stealth, right? So this pairs up really well with wolves. This would not do great with bots because your bots are always hanging in back next to you, just blasting things away. So it's a good pairing. Whereas with bots, I picked Dark Miasma with that, and that works out really good because a lot of those are healing things around me, for example, right? The heal on that heals everybody who's really close to me. Have they... Oh, go ahead.
That white cap, melee AoE debuff works really good with the melee pets.
Oh, yeah.
Marine Infinity, excellent with with melee and pets like beasts.
Can you believe somebody said that pets or beast were at the bottom tier of mastermind pets?
Beast pets are, yes. But now that you got Marine Infinity is the best way to make the beast pets work better.
I know, it's so great. Go get them, boys.
Before, beasts weren't that great, but now with that Marine Infinity, it really gives them a nice advantage.
Let's see what you're saying here. Have they added any new minor power sets? Yes, Alex. If you want to hang out for after this mission, I can show you some of the new power sets because I've got quite a few tunes using some of those new power sets. And Marine, you're seeing one on display here with Marine. The secondary that you're seeing here in my mastermind. Absolutely. Oh, Beats Patch just got a huge buff too. Oh, do you know exactly what that buff is? In the next patch, you can teleport all of your pets by pressing T1 Pet Sun Power so they can move bots into melee Tide Pool very fast. Oh, well, there you go. That might be a little extra micromanagement, but yeah, that could be one way to go. I'm glad that I have Dark Miasma though for the bots. What's really funny is, so I had this revelation. So when I came to Homecoming, I wanted to build my main characters over again that I had in live. My first villain was a mastermind, and I made her after the Borg Queen from Star Trek, right? And I knew she was bots, but I couldn't remember the secondary. And Dark Miasma looked about right, so I picked Dark Miasma. But like a week or two ago, when I was making a Thug's Mastermind, I realized when I was looking through the secondaries, I saw traps, and then it dawned on me. My old character was actually robots' traps and whatnot. So I feel like that's a missed opportunity to recreate that. But I went with Thug's traps instead. What's that?
I have a bot traps, and then I have a bot storm in it and a bot rat edition. Traps are great with robots.
Yeah. I mean, I leveled that character quite a bit in live, and it was a great souling experience back when souling was a lot rougher. And so I imagine it's even better now in Homecoming. So, yeah. The power sets with the travel powers in them. The power sets with the travel powers in them. Oh, the ancillary powers or the prestige powers. Have they added any new ancillary or prestige powers? I don't think so. They've tweaked them. They balance them a bit more, but I don't think there's anything that I think looks. Do you know of anything? Did the Homecoming people add any new ancillary or epic power pulls or anything?
The Brutes Tank and Scrapper, they did. They added Ice Mastery.
Oh, Ice Mastery, okay.
PSI Mastery, and I believe.
And Psi Mastery, okay.
Ice PSI, and there's another one, I forget. It's an elemental one.
Okay, all right. So it sounds like, Alex, they have added some of the prestige powers, as I think they're called, and whatnot. But as far as power sets with the travel powers inside of them, I think they've tweaked them. Willpower has like a super jump in it. I don't remember that from live, but I might not have just taken it. So, yeah. You might have to look at the Homecoming wiki and see if something catches your eye there. Or, you know, we could definitely take a look at one of my characters in a bit, but yeah. Let's see. All the personal mastermind attacks gives a 3% accuracy buff when used, which is indicated by the yellow circles in your tray. Okay. A lot of good stuff. Faster animation times. Oh, good. You had a bots trap mastermind that looked like Team Fortress 2 Red Engine. Oh, that is funny, Cassie. Experimentation, force of will, and gadgetry. Oh, gadgetry. I haven't even heard of gadgetry before. Is that for certain archetypes?
Yes.
Ooh.
And even like I see a lot of bot people, they go with force field, and that's like a classic combo too that still holds water.
Yes. Yeah, that's a classic.
I see a lot of bot force field people over Homecoming. They love that. That's kind of like super strength and vulnerability. It's like a classic combo. Zombies, dark miasmas, another one. Classic.
True. Okay. Yeah, super exciting stuff. I hope you come join us, Alex. We have a server up for new, returning, and casual players, so you're welcome to join that, a Discord server to get yourself reacquainted. We don't do a lot of the harder content like the 4-star. They have new 4-star dungeons to really, or task force versions of the task force to really try to tune things up. They have new task forces since you've been gone. They've also added difficulty up to +7 because +4 is just not good enough anymore. I do have a question for anybody in our voice channel or on text, by the way. That's a little bit more of the hardcore world I don't know about. But if you are playing something back like that's +4, right? Whether it's last year or today, but it's a level 50 +4, right? Like a task force or a story arc, and you are. Well, I guess if it's a task force, you had all your incarnate powers, you would only be level shifted by 1 because it's not technically an incarnate task force or whatever, right? Or would you be level shifted by 3? I'm thinking 1 because you only get level shifted by 3, I think, if it's in an incarnate area or something like that, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So if anybody knows, that's my hot trivia question of the day. Somebody wrote in one of my commentaries that people look up to me as some sort of super expert or something because I do a lot of videos. I'm like, I'm an expert at very casual low-level play, if that makes sense. When it comes to the higher-end mechanics, I am clueless because I have little interest in it. But I do occasionally. My curiosity gets piqued a bit. And I think like this character, for example, we could definitely set the difficulty up a titch higher on him, no problem. The wolves handle it. Cat. Do y'all want to see Cat? Here's Cat. He's being a pest. Cat cam. Party time. Excellent. Cat cam. Kitty cat, kitty cam, cat cam. He doesn't understand why I'm holding him up like this. He just complies. All right, cat. I'm trying to get this mission done and you're not helping. I mean, honestly, the wolves kill so fast that half the time I don't get my support powers put down before they kill again.
until you get the dire wolf.
Oh, he's there. There's Puppy right there. Oh yeah. He's got big blue eyes. I mean, the YouTube video is like lagging, but he's got big blue eyes. Well, Alex, now you can play those story arcs thanks to, I don't know if you used Ouroboros in the past, but I use Ouroboros a lot to play through the story arcs. And in fact, I've got a series of videos that I'm working on. I put out the first one, actually not too long ago, where I'm taking a villain and I'm going through it with a single character and reading all the story arcs out loud. So it might be something for you to put on the background when you're bored.
Yep, and to add to that, they have Going Rogue too, if you're into vigilante and rogue content. Plus, you got the gold side, the red side, and the blue side. Although not many people play red and gold, but everyone likes the hero side.
More people need to play red.
And gold.
And gold. Gold, So I took a blaster. I got the bright idea of like, you know what? Let me give blaster another chance. But let's do something different and do Praetorian. And I like how this dog's ass is in my face. He's wagging his tail. Yeah, blaster, yeah, that was very interesting because you're low level, you don't have a lot of your powers, and you can't hardly team up with anybody because it's very desolate over there.
Yep, and you're stuck there until level 20. You can't leave it until you're level 20.
Yeah, you're stuck. Yeah, you're stuck. It was quite the experience, but my blaster did get through it, and it did prove to me that the blasters are in a better place now for soloing. And I moved them from trash tier up to A tier since my time with live. Yeah, because back in live there was just no way. I died so much. I got so frustrated. And with dead XP being really brutal back then, it just wasn't worth it.
Oh yeah. It took forever on live to get to level 50. You didn't have double. Only on certain events did they give you double XP, but it was so rare on live to get that. Yeah. And then later on the issues they gave you the PW, the pay to win venue if you get double XP. Well, now on Homecoming you don't have to pay to win anymore. It's free.
Yeah, I mean, I personally would pay money for this if this was a live product. I definitely paid for MMOs in the past and have no problem with paying for a good game, but that I put a lot of time into. But, yeah, it's free, so no reason for you not to come back, Alex. Just saying. I had Ice Blaster on live. I had more holds and slows than some controllers did. I don't know about that. I got an Ice Corruptor here. And while he is pretty slowing on things, I wouldn't compare him to a controller. Because there's a difference between slowing something down and just freezing it in its tracks. But I do get a kick out of slowing them down, tripping them up, and making their lives miserable along the way. My favorite one, though, is Storm, my Water Blaster Storm Summoning Corruptor. So much fun. I'd say that's as close to a controller as I can get without being a controller. It's just so much. Blowing people back, slowing them down. Oh, you're getting close again? Blow you back again. Tornado your candy butt. Yeah. Yeah, but multiple single target holds, while great, doesn't compare to a controller that has multiple group holds. And yeah. No, don't get me wrong. I love my blasters. I really do. And I like the fact that some of them have some good holds or enemy slowdown and stuff. But yeah, I would never say that they even come close to a controller who's got AoE holds. Like literally just shuts down whole packs. The problem is the controller can't kill them. The controller holds them. Watching them die is like watching paint dry. You know, it just is. Oh, a Mountain of Dead at level 27? Oh, yuck. An Empathy Dark Defender and got to 50. Oof. That is brutal. So I did this mission on a Defender. I did this mission with a Corruptor with the same power sets, just reversed, obviously. The Defender was pretty rough, but I got through it. But the Elite Boss at the end really gave my Defender a hard time. We're going to see... And I think, to be fair, it even gave my... It did give my Corruptor a hard time, too. But I think the Corruptor got through it on the first go with inspirations, of course. We're going to see how well the puppy dogs do against an Elite Boss. Electric Dominator. Yeah. Oh, so it was a patch that repeatedly pulsed sleep. Yeah, KSC. The Dominator, the Arsenal power set that came out a year and a half ago? I want to say has that sleep bomb that constantly puts them sleep every 3 seconds and actually makes sleep useful. That's where the Ply Punisher comes from. That was his birthday. Was when that came out. I made that character and I love it. It's a ton of fun. And then the Mass Confusion. Oh, it's chef's kiss. You know, they're in the cloud. They keep getting confused. The way nature intended. But they also, yes, they did rework the sleep power. So on controllers and dominators, you now have a deep sleep condition, which can last through a few hits before it wakes an enemy up. It's no longer sneeze and wake them up. Oh, look at my little mastermind leveling up, guys. Isn't he cute? And notice I don't have double XP on him. I've been using double XP less and less. My new rule of thumb for new characters is I give them 8 hours to start them off. And even some characters I still don't even do it at all. Like the ones I'm doing for the story show and tell. Come on, puppies. We don't need to fight everything here. We're just heading to the submarine. And that's our elite boss right there. Hopefully my puppos can get over there without, getting lost. Alright, let's get the Arachnobot first. Alright, we're going to try to get through this without inspirations. We'll see how well we do with that. Uh-oh. Yeah, the puppos are trying their best. We're gonna keep them healed. This is a hot and sweaty fight here. Night Widow's working on them. Oh, I'm the one with endurance issues. I didn't even know that was possible. But she's down. She's down. That was an elite boss like that. What did I do there? I didn't use a single... I was almost going to use some endurance because my endurance was running low. But that was it. That's an elite boss. That is so much easier than when I was playing the Defender. And still much easier than even the Corruptor. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Alright, hey, thank you for hanging out, Psylocke. It's always appreciated. My dogs have to go and attack the submarine, I suppose. And there we go. A 23-minute run on that one. Oh my gosh, my other... Yeah, no, Mastermind. You deserve the S tier I gave you. Oh, I could kiss you, Mastermind. Yeah, it's a soloist dream come true. Just so easy. I could level up the difficulty on that one, no problem. Make it more of a challenge, times 2, get more XP. All right, guys, give me just a few moments. I thought somebody wanted to see something, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Alex, have you heard of the Sentinels? Because Sentinels is my favorite class nowadays. It's basically like a scrapper, but with blastery powers. Somewhat nerfed blastery powers, but works pretty good. It's my fave. Or Siloxen, you also mentioned. I thought you mentioned. Hey, true observers! Absolutely, it's the best game ever. I hope you're playing with us. Let me see. I know one of you said something that was like had me thinking. Let's see here. I could show you some of the ice corruptor, ice blast, cold domination, aptly named Yorin Icehole. Yeah, some people kind of scoff at his name. They find some humor in it. I'm not sure why. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, I could play. Oh, and this is Thermal Lapse. Here is the defender with Time Manipulation Fire Blast. And her counterpart is Chrono Crossfire, who's Fire Blast Time Manipulation Corruptor. So I ran through that last mission you guys just saw with both these characters. Chrono Crossfire was the clear winner, but she is higher level, but it is Exemplar down, but you still get some extra powers, so I need to keep getting Thermal Lapse leveled up so they're a little bit more comparable. But one of you had mentioned to me the thoughts of... oh, I'm getting an alert on my phone. Oh, nothing big. I forget where I was going with that. But if there's something you guys want to see, a Corruptor, do you want to see a Brute, do you want to see a Dominator? Here's the Arsenal Control Dominator I made. I've been having a lot of fun with this one. It's Sonic with martial arts. That's been a lot of fun. Oh, power sets. We want to show off the new power sets, right? Let me show you Cinder Flare. I'll be right back and we'll show off a little Cinder Flare. Do you want to go out, Cat, or are you good? I thought the cat needed to go out, but maybe he doesn't need to go out now. Nah, I better take him out. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's show you guys new power set, right? Pyrotechnic Control. This came out not very long ago. So, Dominators. I really love playing Dominators, but I also admit that they are not the most solo friendly, especially for new players. But I like a challenge, what can I tell you? I enjoy punishment. Let me see if I have an alignment mission here. I do not have an alignment mission. I am fresh out of alignment missions. Oh, I wonder how she would do against that elite boss. But that would limit her powers. Beam Rifle Time Manipulation Corruptor called Science Fiction with the title double feature. Hey, I love character ideas like that. My Beam Rifle is a blaster with devices, and it's like a 007 type of deal. Yeah, in fact, the character looks like this. So that's Kim Archer. I'll blow that up a bit, but basically spy character, and she has a lot of stealth because from devices you get a really good stealth, and it plays like a 007, so that's pretty cool. I really do feel like I'm doing sniper shots. I'm taking things out. I'm very careful with what I pull. It's a very tactical feeling, blaster set because you don't have the best AOE in the world. But you have a really good single target damage, partly thanks to the spreading radiation, whatever it's called. All right, so speaking of different characters, let's go ahead and put this up to Cinder Flare. Boop. Because we have artwork for Cinder Flare as well. Because of course I do. And we'll stick her over to here. All right. Let's do Piercing the Veil. Why not? Defeat all Tuatha in the sewers in Croatoa. Which I wonder if the contact's in Croatoa. What's that?
I just did that mission.
Oh, I know. Great minds think alike, right?
I just completed it, yep. Defeating all of them.
Does it have an elite boss in it?
No. Unless you set it to elite bosses, I think you can, but for the most part, I didn't see any.
I think you can just set it to where it turns them off if you don't want them in solo, I think. But... oh, there's a whole bunch of people out here. It's a party out here in Croatoa.
Oh yeah, I just saw you enter it. I think we just ended.
Look at the party. Yeah, I don't know if Alex is still here or not. Now I find... whoa, we got yellows and oranges. Never good. Oh boy. Mama told me there were days like this.
You're on your Dominator.
Dominators. You always have to play a little careful on your Doms.
Yeah. And
so
what you're
squishy.
Doing, those are melee enemies you're taking on, so be careful.
You know, it just occurred to me I should have probably pulled out my pet. Yay, pet! Quickly, pet! Oh no, this isn't good. Where's my pet? Oh, I'm not doing good here at all. I really did not go into that one super prepared. Welcome to the world of a Dominator, living life on the edge. Alright, are you going to follow them out here with me here? Now that I'm a little ready for you. Fireworks away! Yeah, pyrotechnics, I'll be honest, my impression after playing this one for quite a number of levels, my impression is it's not the best dominating set at all. The new Arsenal control from last year is feels a lot more solid in its controls, but it is super pretty, and that's what's important. No, I'm just kidding. But it is pretty. It does have a few interesting things kind of going for it. So we have our standard T1 and T2, do some damage while hold something, down or immobilize something. That's pretty standard. Then you have Hypnotizing Lights, which confuses enemies within 20 feet, but mostly puts things to sleep. I find this to be a weird combination because if something's asleep, being confused doesn't help. I'd rather just confuse everything. But it can do the deep sleep that we were talking about earlier. Then you have Sparkling Chain, which is a chain AoE that can immobilize people, and it has a chance to blast them off. When you say chance for blast off, that's kind of the extra effect of Pyro's things. It'll sometimes pew you off into the air, and that's going to obviously tie you up for some more time. And the Catherine wheel gets very excited when things go up into the air, so the little pet that I have, it'll do some extra damage while they're up there. We have Glittering Column, which is very powerful. It basically taunts enemies for a solid 5 seconds, and it always works. And then it does some damage and it blasts things off into the air. So I almost always open with Glittering Column. Explosive Bouquet is your faux hold, your AoE faux hold, and it does have some blast off with it. And then Brilliant Barrage is a faux stun, terrorize, ranged AoE. So those are my 2 big boys there at the end. So we usually save those for special occasions, but you never know. Now we do have, being a Dominator, of course, we do have some good fiery powers. We went fire just for theme, but of course it's also really good for damage. So there's that, and we can definitely open up with a sniper attack, and then immediately get their attention again with once she gets the sniper off. What happened to her sniper? Is she gonna get the sniper off? There we go. There's the sniper. I don't know what I must have not hit the button right or something.
With that set too, that pyrotechnic set, like a lot of people on Ape Homecoming are playing it with on controller with Marine Infinity, because you get a lot of debuffs there with those 2 pairs. A lot of people make Jubilee X-Men theme tunes.
Yeah, right. I will say, Alex, what they've done is they've actually made Jubilee useful. That's what this power set tells you. We've actually made... We did what Marvel could never do, make Jubilee useful.
Exactly.
Poor Jubilee. She gets ragged on so much. Oh, now here we got a nice little pack of 3 here. Sniper shot. Love it. And this is what my controllers can never do. It's a little thing called damage. And that's why I play Dominators. Oh, I love it. Yep. No. Oh, I didn't even realize there's another guy behind me here. More fireworks for you, buddy. Now, I do think eventually I will respec this character, and I do think I could probably... whoa. I could definitely tap out of some of these powers. Primarily, I think the T1 and T2 on Fire Blast. I'd just rather use the Pyro ones. They do nearly as much damage as those little things do. Plus, they have, of course, the control with them. But look at that guy. He's stuck up there with the ball in the roof. What are they doing? Hugging each other up there? That was creepy. You two need to get a room. And so you see he got blasted off there, which was super hilarious. Little fireworks taking care. Whoa. I think we found the mother load over there. Let's check this corner out first. This is a kill all. So I should check the dead ends. Okay, we got a little dead end here. Mind you, I haven't even used the domination power yet. Bye, boys. What server? Hey, Tampa. We are on Excelsior, and we have a Discord server linked in the description. It is a server for solo, casual, laid-back gamers, duos, small groups. We occasionally do a big group thing once a week, but we don't do a lot of big activities. We definitely don't really, a lot of us don't really do the 4-star and whatever. But we like to, I'm a laid back kind of guy. As you see here, this is the kind of I like doing. Sometimes with another person or two, but I mostly like to do Ouroboros and work through with the characters, level them up slowly, and make videos. I do that too. Okay, we got a really big crew over here. I have no clue how these clumps got so big. Oh, I've got set for 2 players. That's why. Oopsie. Well, this should be interesting. This should be very interesting. Wow. Ooh, gonna get some hot and sweaty here. I should use some inspirations. Oh boy, this is a little hot and sweaty. Where in the hell's my Catherine ball at? Wow, I somehow survived that. And these rest of these didn't aggro. Catherine wheel, what are you doing back there? Moral support wheel, I guess, because it actually doesn't do anything. Oh, you just reinstalled COH? That is awesome. I'm actually in the streaming voice channel, so if you want to be live on YouTube, you're welcome to come in and say hi, but texting works just fine through the YouTube channel as well. As I keep an eye on the corner on the text chat. Let's see here. We can sniper this guy, maybe? Can't tell if he's controlled. I don't think he is. No. There he goes. There's the control. Maybe it took a little while to kick in there, but you know what? We're just going to make sure he stays controlled. Because we're a dominator. We're squishy. Now for these guys over here, we're going to give them a little something to focus on. And then we're going to give them a little explosive bouquet. Enjoy that, boys. Be terrorized. I don't think I was close enough for that combustion to work. Catherine Will gets very excited when things get popped up into the air. Just saying, Catherine. Whew. Head out.
Redirects it.
All right, Alex. Have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. Got me interested again? Oh, that's awesome, Tampa. Let me know if there's something in particular you want to see, Tampa. If you want to see a different archetype, you know, I boot that up for you. I got plenty of different characters of different archetypes, so I don't know what possessed me to set this to ×2. Hey, Phil, would you like a more challenging experience on Dominator? Yeah, sure. What do you got? How about bumping that bad boy to ×2 and seeing if you survive? Oh, fudge. Oh, fudge, I'm so dead. Oh, mighty controls go. Fudge, 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 fudge. What in the hell possessed me to do this sweet madness? Look at the pretty light, boys. Look at the pretty lights. Don't look at the pyrotechnic wizard behind the curtain.
It's just awesome on the
Oh, it hurts so much. Why would I do this to myself? Wow, I can't believe I survived that. That was 2 times 2 clumps, really so close together. Goodness gracious. You spend more time designing costumes than playing? Do you want to go through my costumes and give me like ratings? What do you think of Cinder Flare here? I even got artwork for her, right? Got like really pretty artwork here. And it's really close to what she looks like in the game here. All right, so that's the character. Oops, right there. I think you can do the menu and ID thing, and there you go. You get a better look at the character there. All right, let's look for more trouble. If you're just joining us, welcome. I hope you're having a good evening. And yeah, if there's something in particular you want to see, a particular archetype or whatever, just let me know. Roar, stupid werewolves. Guess I should check in and oh, hey, True Observers, thank you for that. Guess I should check in and check the game out. It's been a while. Yes, you should. You should definitely come back to game. I have lots of videos to help train you, get you back in. I have a playlist just for introducing new players to the game or returning players who've been gone for a very long time. It's made with you in mind. Here's a hint. Don't play Dominator. It's hot and sweaty. I don't know why anybody would subjugate themselves to this pain, but here I am. Oh, I hope you'll be back. That sounds good. True Observer, what's your favorite archetype? Nobody likes werewolves. Werewolves are stupid. There's my hot take of the day. Brutes? Alright, I'll show you my favorite. I got a favorite brute and a new brute. I got two new brutes. I got brutes. But I'll show you my favorite brute after I finish this mission here. We just got a couple more of these groups to kill, assuming I didn't miss something somewhere else. Ooh, these guys like to pop up into the old air there. Alright, we got another big hot and sweaty group over there, True Observers. Let's see if we can handle them. Alright. Let's grab these guys over here. Get them all together. We're gonna... Oh, that's a lieutenant there. We'll take care of him easily, lickety-splittily. I think one of them ran off. I need them all to die for the thing to work. And there's the mission. All right. But that's Cinder Flare. That's Cinder Flare in action. So I'm gonna save. I'll teleport back to Ouro because I can finish this later. That's the beauty of Ouros. You can always put a pin in it and come back later. All right. Let's show you some brutes. Let's talk about brutes. Let's talk about brutes, baby. Let's talk about you and me. All right. So let's see here. Brutes. So this is the one I made back in the day, and I don't remember what it was on City of Villains exactly, but here it's Savage Melee Fiery Brute Aura. You know? Then I have Winter Axe, which I made to play with a friend. That's a Battle Axe and Vulnerability Brute. I have Shocking Slicer. I need to rename this. This is a new character I just made up. I need to do the outfit, though it kind of came out kind of good for a random outfit. This is actually a recommendation from a viewer. He wants to see Claw's Electric Armor Brute. Actually, maybe we could... Oh, can I run this yet? I may not have it SO'd out yet. I have to look. The Indomitable Bulk. Super Strength. Willpower. Maybe not the best thing in the world, but... And then... Big, this is a random outfit I need to fix. So those are the brutes I have right now. The one I've been playing the most is this one, obviously. Let me just check Shocking Slicer and see if I got her SOs and everything in yet. Let's see. I don't know what to name them real quick. The problem with this server is the names are also taken up so much. Slice and Shock. Okay, we're just gonna do that for now. Oh yeah, I really haven't done this character too much, but this is one that I just kind of leveled it up with a friend in a farm, because again, a viewer would like to see it, but we can get this up to snuff pretty quickly. I really like how red these powers are. They're very, very red. So red. What's this? Lightning field. Alrighty. No, you got a stone willpower brute. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, that's very nice. I like that a lot. Oh, yeah, yeah. I like the Lord Recluse there in the picture, too. He's very well done. Very dynamic. Very dynamic. Absolutely. Let's see. So we have swipe. We have follow-up melee damage self to hit. Spin is your AoE. I feel like that's probably there. We have our taunt, of course. And we have a slash. Let me just take a look. Swipe, then strike, then that, then spin, and follow up. Okay, that's good enough. All right, so let's just go get some SOs real quick. SOs, go. And I will tell you, this is a run that I do on new characters that just come out of a, like, let's say you farm for a bit to like 15 to 20, which I do pretty often. Not with every character. There's some characters I level directly up for 1. In fact, I got a video series about a villain that is going from level 1 to 50 without double XP, just going through. Oh, it really, willpower is your second one? Is your go-to secondary? I hope it's a good one. I want that brute to work out. So, I want to play like a big hulkish character that... I understand you can throw things. It's like the classic, right? The super strength, but on a brute, so it does good damage. My problem with tankers is they just don't generally do enough damage to feel powerful. Like, you look big and strong, but in reality, you hit like a wet noodle. And don't get me wrong, that's not every tanker. And as you get up into higher levels, you can address that to a good degree. But... is that trainer looking a little blue around the gills? I'm not sure. I feel like she is. Boy, a lot of enhancements on that character. Do I have any really good salvage? No. All right. So let's buy some enhancements and hope I got enough money. We're going to buy a whole bunch of reds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Some accuracies. Some endurance modification, maybe. Or a flyer. So let's see what that does for me. So we're going to go ahead and drag all these up here. Oh, she's got lightning field too, so more damage on that. Eviscerate. Ooh, that sounds like fun. And the accuracy's going there. Oh, we got 2 more staminas to put in there. So we need 2 more staminas, 3 more flies, another damage or 2. Alright, so 2 more staminas, 3 more flies, and another damage or 2. Poop doo poop doo. There we go, right there. Got one for lightning field. We get some for fly, because the real power move when you're slotting out a character is making sure you 3-slot fly. That's the real one. Do tier 8 or 9 damage for a primary power set. What do you mean they do tier 8 or 9 damage for primary power set exactly? Let's do our secondaries now. Electric armor, smashing, lethal. So we want enhanced damage resistance and another damage. And this one takes more damage resistance. What exactly are we damaging resistancing? Psionic and toxic. It's also 0.21 a second. That's 0.26. Let's do... Ooh, I'm out of money anyways. Evil. Alright, I'm going to show y'all how I get some money and hopefully I won't die. How do I get some money fast? So I'm at 600,000 as a character. I could get some money from another character, but that's boring and that's just not right. Probably the easiest way would be just to get all the merits around Atlas Park real quick, because they're pretty easy to get, and that gets me 5 merit rewards, and we turn that into cold hard cash. So we'll grab that merit real quick. Ooh, Let's go grab a couple merits real quick. We got one on the roof way over here somewhere. Good thing I got that 3 slot and fly. You never know when you're going to need to go pick up a bunch of badges. Super speed. Did I get it? Did it count? There it goes. Get the one up here. Did that count? There we go. Get the one up here. Did that count? Did I get it earlier? Hopefully I got that earlier. Excuse me, I'm here to rob you of all your exploration doodads. Thank you. Ah, don't run into the walls flying out. Alright, grab this one over here. Then we're going to zip down over here and grab that guy right there. And while we're here, hit the teleporter right here. Because going into this and going back out gives you an Ouroboros badge. Oh, got a friend request here. We'll say hi to you. Are you really playing Fiery Aura? That's funny, but oh so true. I missed I feel like I missed a merit somewhere. Well, that's what the tips are for. Tips are really good for finding that last one that you're missing. Are the third defenders at a third? Okay. Oh, did I not get the one behind Liberty? Oops. Or Miss Liberty. And there's my 5 reward merits. Now I can convert those to cold hard cash and get some cold hard money. Because Papa needs to buy some more gear, right? If we take a look at the auction house, take a look at Unslaughters. They're going for 100,000 each, so we could try Unslaughters. Somebody said enhancement boosters, but I didn't think those were doing good enough. No, they're up to 800,000. That's getting better. They were at 600 earlier today, so if the Unslaughters are truly going for 100, that's still a better deal. We'll see. Bought 2 of them, so 2 sold for 120. Oh, see, they only went for 60 each. I don't understand. on slaughter sometimes. Oh, I don't usually buy in slaughters. Converters are going for 60,000. That's a much better deal. You get 3 of those for, you know, for the doodad. Do. Hey, Cuddly, how are you doing today? I'm just making some quick cash with my converters so that I can buy some more enhancements. And then we're going to go back out and we're going to see this new character that somebody recommended. So let's get these things enhanced. Yes, enhanced. So let's see here. I think for charged armor we need resistance, endurance, and other damage. Resistance, endurance. Resist damage. And endurance, reduce endurance. And a damage. And we'll manage that. Let's see, if we put this over here, we got some pretty good numbers, improvements there as well. Nice. Ah, no, I'm not trying to do that. So I like this set. It's got a lot of resistance, and we do like resistance. I like resistance. Enlightening reflexes enhances. Man, I don't think there's anything I'm gonna enhance on that one. 2-1 and 2-6. Boy, oh boy. All right, more reduction. Resist damage. Can't remember if I need 4 or 3. I need a 4. I think I'll put an endurance in there just to taper off my cost a titch. Just call it a hunch. Alright, so I think this one's pretty well kited out. We could put some accuracy. Oh, we don't need accuracy until it's auto hit. So recharge speed and threat, I suppose. Hey, Alertha. Oh, you were there in the beta just before going rogue. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, back in the old days, right, KSC? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's now take this character on a mission and give her a little bit of a test and earn some quick merits along the way and unlock a few things for a long-range teleporter. So one of my favorite missions to do on a character that's in this level range, to do at least once, is Rescue of the Mystic Thorns of Circles. It's a very quick and easy mission that can help you check off several things at once. It starts off, I think it's in Steel Canyon, so you can grab the exploration-y badge from a building over here real quick. Where'd I put it? Did I hit the wrong building? Oh, it's over here. All these buildings start looking the same after a while. Give me that one. There we go. Then you head over to... Well, there's my long-range teleporter. And then you're going to head over here to Perez Park. Okay. You're going to go to Perez Park. You're going to notice that the mission... Oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. I don't know. There's a little bit of a bug where you accept the mission, you even teleport to the context, but the mission fizzles. And that is frustrating because I have no mission now. And Ouroboros is on a 3-minute more cooldown. So that is most unfortunate. And I've been trying to keep an eye out for that. I think it's a bug. I'm pretty sure it's a bug. But at least I got the badge for here. And I got my long-range teleporter. So there's that. I guess I could go try to slice some things up and get used to it. How many things? I could just zip around and get all the badges too. Oh. That was very painful for him. Where are you coming? Where are you going, guy? Ooh, red electricity. This gives me an idea for her outfit. This is just a placeholder outfit. But that kind of gives me an idea. Well, let me show you off another one of my brutes that I guess I've been working on. Since that one kind of fizzled. Didn't get to do the mission, but I'll come back to it later. KSC, what's your favorite archetype? So, this... Oh, no, that's a scrapper I was thinking about. Guess I'll do Kitty. So this scrapper has been very interesting. Just because I get to conk things with a big mace. So this one has been very fun to play. Always be a blaster? Oh man, I love my blasters. I was mentioning that doubles 07 one earlier. So Kim Archer has become my main primary blaster. All Freezer Burn, which I have to call all new Freezer Burn on this server. Freezer Burn is from my comics, and he's been pretty cool too. Cool, get it? Because he's Freezer. Okay, no, but he's been pretty cool. So I got like stories behind my blasters, right? So Freezer Burn was my first one. He's a lot of fun. He's fire and ice, and it's been a very unique combination. It's been kind of hard surviving occasionally as a blaster, but he generally hasn't let me down, and he's definitely much easier to play. I created him in the other game in live, and I couldn't do it. But yeah, nowadays I definitely and this is why for me blasters went from trash tier to like it's solid A- in soloing. And the only reason they're not like S tier is because obviously they're when you're soloing up through the levels, their survivability if something goes awry ends up being very, very painful. Kim Archer is basically a merging of I believe her name was Kate Archer, I think it was, in No One Lives Forever, the video game. Did anybody ever play No One Lives Forever? And yeah. And her name was Kate something, and then Kate Archer, and then Kim Possible. I put those two together, and you got Kim Archer. And this has been a really fun, stealthy. It has a 007 feeling to it. Absolutely. Jane Getaway was a throwaway character I made that someone said, I'm doing a farm. I threw this, I like saw the cowboy fit. Let's do this. Let's do assault rifle. And this is with tactical arrow. So she's basically, you know how they say, cowboys and Indians, guns versus bows. She's both. But it was just like a throwaway gimmicky concept. And I forgot all about the character till years later when I was playing. I was moving all my characters from another server over here. And I saw this character. I'm like, I wonder how this plays. And this has been a lot of fun. Right? And then, and this one I just made, Psionic Rose. So I don't have a really big opinion on this one yet. And Nukton, I don't really like this character so much. I might put him on retirement page. But he's a blapper. Radiation blast blapper. But I plan to give it more time before I make a final judgment on that. I don't understand the fascination with blappers. I really don't. I can't. I can't wrap my head around it. I try to wrap my head around it, but I can't wrap my head around it. Oh, good. I left her out at a mission. What did I put the pluses? Okay, this is at ×2. Okay, ×2 is probably good. She doesn't probably have set bonuses yet. We'll see how well she does at ×2. So very stealthy, very device heavy. We can go ahead and plat out the course here. We're looking for a pendant in this big, huge place. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. Nothing can go wrong here. Don't mind me. I'm just going to blow you to smithereens. Oh, my gosh. That did not have the explosion radius I was hoping. Alright. Phew. Alright, let's just get over there. Blappers, what made people before Sentinels are a thing, but I don't understand the fascination. Why do you want to play the squishiest class and go melee? I mean, if you want to do a ton of really great melee damage, why not go Scrapper? At least they come with some defenses built in if you're going to be up close. Blaster literally has 0 defense, 0 resistances until you start getting into the patron power pools. And why, you don't want to do that early and sacrifice damn. I'm just so confused. So confused. See, she can sniper shot most things one-hit kill. By the way, if you keep an eye on the bonus damage, I think. Do I have a... Where is my bonus damage at? Oh, I don't see where my bonus... Oh, there it is. Damage bonus right there. Right above last hit chance. I monitor that damage bonus pretty closely. I forgot to turn on... Oh, no, it's on. Where's my targeting drone? No. Well, I'll find it in a second. Let me go kill this lieutenant first. Alright, 2 hits to kill the lieutenant this time. Next time it'll be 1. This one hits as hard as any melee character, just does it at a distance. Sweet, sweet distance. Bye. Hope you had a nice life. Oh, fudge. Oh no. Iron Man with petless masterminds? That's insane, KSC. Why would you do that? I don't understand. It makes no sense. Why would you? She just killed a lieutenant in 1 hit. 1 hit lieutenants. Yeah, doesn't have a lot of AoE. She has the big nuke, which apparently doesn't have quite the AoE size I thought it did. And then she has like a spray and pray. Now this could be a little ugly, so we're gonna put down some. We're gonna put down some precautions, right? If you think a pool's gonna be ugly, Put down precautions. Throw out. Let's see here. Throw out. Oh, let's throw this out. Where's my remote gun? Where's my gun at? I know I have a gun here somewhere. Gun drone. I don't like to call him out because he kind of ruins my stealth half the time, but... And you can see she just goes pew, 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 and things just die so damn quick. I mean, it's really like just shooting fish in a barrel. My big criticism is the special thing has to do with that disintegrate. But getting disintegrate takes an extra shot, and honestly, she could kill most things with one shot anyways. Helpful against bosses, though. The very night I saw an SG advertising they were only accepting new characters that will stay in Outbreak until they reach Incarnate. That's even more weird. Why would you do that? Why? What is wrong with people? Oh, I got artwork for this character. But what is wrong with people? I don't understand. Help me to understand. Kim Archer. Kim Archer. Boop. I really like how Kim Archer has like this hometown look. Like the girl next door type of look. Remember, boys and girls, if your blaster gets mezzed, you can still use your T1 and T2 powers. So there you go. You're still alive? It's kind of a thing, kind of an achievement if you can survive 2 shots from a blaster. You should tell your friends about that one. Uh-oh. Wow, you guys are more tanky than some of the freaking... they were more tanky than some of the lieutenants there. So what do you think of this playstyle, right? This is a lot different than my Fire Blaster, which would be doing a lot of AoEs. It's mostly focused on single targets, but they hit hard. Oh, uh-oh. We're in trouble. I got somebody attacking me from behind. That's never a good thing to have on a blaster. Whoa. I am being attacked. Whoa, I am being flanked big time. We do not want to be flanked. Here, have a remote bomb, buddy. Boom. I think the only thing that saved me there was my defenses from having some of the higher level power sets at this point. Not power level set, not the enhancement sets though, but the like dodge, weave, whatever the hell it's called. That was a little bit hairy. Family Hitchman had the blue energy weapons. They hurt. Oh boy, yeah, right. I mean, I got 45 leashing and smashing and lethal, and I think that's from. I don't have, like, all I have is IOs. Like I said, I normally just do non-sets until I get to 50, because I really put that off as long as possible. She's just got toughness and temp invulnerability from Force Mastery, and she doesn't even have it properly slotted out. So that's what's kind of saved my bacon right there. Because I don't know how those guys came from behind me, but that was brutal. I don't think she has a lot of like great get out of jail free cards like Ice does. Ice can put down a patch of ice and stuff. Distance is your friend with this character. Oof. Oh no, fireballs. Rude. Die. Yeah, so I don't know. You guys know what you think of this kind of playstyle. I do find it interesting. I feel like it's definitely different than other blasters. Did I just blow myself up? That seems a little silly. .007. We're on a mission. Oh, something hit me there. What the heck? We got a whole bunch of illusions kicking my butt. Somebody remind me how illusions work in this game. Which one's the real illusionist? I don't know.
Maybe fighting carnies.
Yeah. And all of a sudden they were just kicking. My health bar just plummeted.
It's not just the illusions. They phase shift every X amount of minutes too. It's kind of annoying. Like they just spam phase shift and then they hit you with the confuse or whatever, and then they use the illusion.
They keep phasing in and out. I know, it's so rude. And what are these decoy? If he's a decoy, then how can he hurt me? I don't understand. Die. Stay dead. Stupid decoy. But I do have an illusionist villain and whatnot. So actually, I should probably do another episode of that with that character.
Show them the Malta bad guys and sappers and robots and all that stuff.
Oh, sappers are. Ugh.
Yeah.
All right, that mission's done. So, yeah, I don't know what you guys think about that, but I like that 007 style. I just think it's a really cool character. Like, it just feels like I'm sneaking and I have to put down traps sometimes in tough situations. I've had so much fun with this character that I've gotten this one up to 45. The higher the level, generally speaking, the more fun I've had with them. I got lots of characters in the 15 to 20 range. It's rare to see them in the 30 to 40, and I've only got a handful in the 40 to 50 range. So those are characters I truly, for the most part, truly enjoy, unless it's just some sort of weird power leveling project that I have going on, which I have a couple of those, but not many. I'll show you. So one of the things I've been working on. How many of you guys in chat solo tankers? It's a very contentious question around these parts. It's very contentious. I haven't played I love stalkers. Everything is a power. This is true. This is true. Everything's a power leveling project.
I would say the best damage tanker if you want for solo would be rat armor, because you get melt armor plus beta decoy, which you could slot with the Achilles minus resist, and then you pair that with dual blades, super strength, claws. There you go. And rat armor can tank a lot. It has the best resistance stats in the game with all the other armor sets.
Yeah, I have like a radiation. Well, that isn't a tanker, but it's a brute. So I'm pretty, pretty familiar with that one. I was trying to stay away from that one just because I've already got it on my farmer, which, I feel like I've seen that rotation so much. I was trying to. So the two suggestions I got was bio staff and fire.
Bio is good too. Assault bio will up your damage. I've seen bio axe tankers a lot on Homecoming. A lot of people love bio axe. Seems they kill pretty quick. Or you can go bio claws, bio dual blades, bio super strength. Can't go wrong. And bio's got good heal absorb powers too. The only thing with bio that I find weird is you can't mix the assault toggles with the defense toggles, either one or the other. No in between. You can interchange them, but you just can't run assault and defense toggles together with that set. It's quite interesting.
Right. So if you solo tankers before, how would you describe the experience? If you solo them significantly. Now, I'm not like say, one time it went out level 50. I'm talking like level 10, level 15, level 20. Like you solo that bad boy all the way up. How would you describe that experience?
I did on live. It wasn't that much fun.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Forever.
Yeah. It was slightly faster than the controller, which isn't saying much.
Pretty much.
I think like the controller with the pet, when you finally get the pet like level 26, and the tank are like neck and neck. They're having like this speed race, but it's like watching two turtles trying to cross the finish line, right? And Jerome seems to agree that it's a long slug of leveling, right? So the drama there, Jerome, I don't know if you keep up with everything on my channel, but there was a lot, and there was a lot of pushback because I did a solo tier list last month, and I dared to put tank in B rank. B being B like good, like a B in school, not like B for bad, right? It was in the middle of the B tier. A tier was things like Sentinel, Brute. The only thing I put in S tier was Mastermind, because honestly, as you guys saw, even against an arch villain, Mastermind just kind of chuckles to himself, I swear, with no enhancement, or with just SO enhancements. He just chuckles to himself. But yeah, so I'm a little bit harsh of a critic in terms of like I don't put everything in the S tier. I feel like the S tier is only for like the best of the best. But Sentinel, Brute, Blaster, and I think Corruptor, I have to put the asterisk, like, maybe I should have put that in B tier because there are some pretty bad Corruptor builds you can accidentally build. But anywho, I put Tank down the middle of the B. Above Dominators and Controllers, below Scrappers and Stalkers. And my main reason for it is, and I made it clear, this is solo leveling 1 through 35-ish with just SOs. Right, just to keep it easy to understand. We're not doing set bonuses. We're not doing a bunch of epic power pools. Just solo leveling. And I said my reasoning for that was because it's slow to kill things and get through these missions. I showed video footage where I had a level 40 tanker using martial arts and invulnerability that took literally 14 hits to get through a lieutenant. And that wasn't the only tanker I gave examples of. Now, some people pointed out some constructive things, and they were nice about it. Basically, I got a lot of pushback about the tanker thing. I got a few on Stalker. Apparently, that belongs in A tier. I disagree. But it is high B tier. I think it was the highest B tier It was either that. No, Scrapper was a little bit higher. But personally, I'd like Stalker a little bit more. But I like them both. I think they're both fine. But they also both have survival issues when the going gets tough. So yeah. Yeah. And C would be average, right, Jerome? Like C wouldn't even be bad. It would mean, hey, it is just a, hey, and you don't mind slow leveling. I don't mind slow leveling to a point. I think everyone's got their own taste. What is slow? For me, Dominators don't do that much damage, right? Think about it. Dominators are below Corruptors, they're below Blasters, they're below Scrappers, they're below Brutes, they're below Masterminds. The only thing that a Dominator is above is Defender and Controller, right? Am I missing anything there? I think it's Dominator and Controller is just it. Tanker, maybe. You would think they would be neck and neck with Tanker, but let's just say they're above Tanker. So there's 3 classes that maybe they do more damage, right? And yet, I like playing Dom. I enjoy playing Dom. But I don't enjoy Tanker. Because it crosses that line. It's the line. It's the line. And for me, but with that being said, I did listen to the nicer responses. I had some people get very rude. I clearly don't know what I'm doing. I'm a hack. I'm this. I'm that. Clearly I'm stupid. Things like that. Clearly I've never played the game, even though I have, I don't know how many characters I've manually leveled into 30s, 40s, and 50s. Clearly I haven't played a lot of the game. So, now, from the more constructive people, they did mention Fire, and Biostaff. And to your point, I can't speak anymore. To your point, Chris, I also heard Radiation. So you're definitely not the only one to bring up that pretty good example. So I did say I would build them and try them, and I did try them on the test server. I did some videos on them. And I had pretty positive things to say about those 2 particular builds. I'm still leaving Tanker in the middle of B because this wasn't a list of only the best builds, from the whole thing. I still think, like, if you tell a friend who's new to the game, he's like, I want to play something that's kind of big and beefy, and you tell him Tank instead of Brute, you're insane. Right? Because what's going to happen, and I've seen it happen plenty of times, is your friend goes in to play that Tanker thinking he's going to be the Hulk or Thor, except this is Hulk's hitting when he's very happy in life and not angry. He hits like a wet noodle, and it's sad. And whatnot. So, yeah. But with that being said, here's Biostaff. Here's Biostaff, right? And this is actually not too shabby. This is actually, not only is the animation's pretty cool, but look at the damage Sunshine's kicking out here. It's not shabby. It's not Brew good. It's not Scrapper good. But it's not shabby. I have to say, this is a nice one here to solo. Now I do have one Tanker that I am leveling up just through farms. That's going to be very, 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 very defensive focused, and therefore its offense is not. No, there's no way I'm going to solo that. But I heard this one could be pretty tanky too if you're really on top of the toggles.
You can also go on Fire Spines or Fire Red melee just because you get the Quills toggle plus the Irradiated Ground toggle, which gives you nice AoE.
I did create an Ice Spines, and that one was killing pretty good, but I got discouraged because someone informed me that not only is it very defensively focused, defense instead of resistance, but there's no defense debuff resistance.
Yeah.
Does that ring true to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I felt kind of sad after that. So that character might go. I might need to make another Spines character. So I might come back to you for suggestions on that once I get over my depression for leveling up that character. And that's.
I mean, my main that I use now is a Spines Fire Brood. I love it. It can farm. It can do missions. It can do pretty much everything. It's just for that Quills, that Spine Burst, and that Burn. Really give you some nice AoE damage.
Yeah, they do. They do. So
play this on tank too. They'll do just as well. Just won't have as much damage.
oh, you know, one thing we could do in mids is compare the damage of the of like a tanker and a few other things and see what we come up with. I found Stealth Mez, a tank. Why did you find it meh? I need more detail. You can't just say a statement like that and say, eh. What did you find meh about it? Now, I'll say that one of the things that's probably making this work for me is the fact that bioarmor, you know, works really well with it, right? And your efficiency bonus or when soloing, I am taking a 7% penalty to my resistances, but in exchange, I think I'm getting a 25% damage bonus. I guess I could monitor that down and find out for a fact. So let's monitor a few things here. Let's monitor our last hit chance. Let's monitor our damage bonus. Let's monitor our resistances.
You know, it used to be S tier back in the days of live JC.
What was that?
To level fast back on live. The Stalker, I would have put it like S tier, easiest to get to 50, because people would just rush to the glowy. Use that hide and just rush to the glowy and do +4 times 8 missions. And get the XP that way, level up fast.
Yeah.
It's like when the game first came out, people were just using Stalkers and beat that.
Well, were Stalkers in Heroes, or were they just on when the villains came out?
They were on the villain side.
Villain side, right? So I did get pushback saying I should have put it into A tier because of that. And I think the reality of playing, you know, again, it's just like thinking of this from a casual / newer player perspective, is that, like, take this mission here. This is a defeat all. There's a lot of defeat alls nowadays. The newer missions that the Homecoming team, they do a pretty good job of making sure you can't just rush to the end of a lot of these things. There's still a couple, but for the most part, you're going to have multiple objectives, which is going to make you engage with at least some groups. And so I think, you know, it's a lot harder.
I 100% agree. Like, it's not the same as what it was.
Yeah, not the same as the old days, but you're right. And I think some of the people making the comments, to your point, were just, I think they're still kind of living in those days. And they haven't really tried the leveling process through on Homecoming.
And now you have more defeat, like, you have more defeat all missions, and now the Stalker is not being easy too to get to 50 as it was back then on live, where you could just rush to the glowy and skip everything, you know. You're all the max XP.
Yeah, and it also seems like to me that that there's not a lot of experience from completing quests. I don't remember if there was in the past or not, but you know, nowadays I would say 95.5% of my XP is coming from the actual defeating of mobs. There's a little bit of a bonus once I finish a story arc, but it's very small. I think back in the day it was a lot bigger, only by comparison, because I think the XP bonus for mobs is much bigger on Homecoming than maybe it was back in the day on live. And back then those bonuses from the story missions felt a lot bigger.
Absolutely. 100% agree.
Yeah, assuming they didn't like nerf them to hell or anything. But there's a staff lady. You saw her take care. She took care of that mission nearly as fast as most of my other characters. I feel like it's a pretty good build. And I did the lieutenant test on it, right? And the lieutenant test came out pretty good. The lieutenant test is how many hits does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, right? How many hits does it take to get to the center of your lieutenant? Try that test on some of your characters sometime. Go up to a lieutenant and just see how many hits it takes. I know it's not the most scientific thing in the world, but I'm just saying if it's 14, it's too many. Scientific or not.
I'm going to defeat all mission.
Now, one suggestion that was brought up earlier, and I thought this was a very, very excellent suggestion. We were talking about soloing defenders, which are even worse than tank, because defenders just, Their damage output is so freaking low. And their inherent ability says that they do 30% more damage when they're soloing. Do you know what 30% of, like, nothing is? It was nothing. Like, it's horrible, right? Like, if I go to a mechanic and say, hey, my car's only going 20 miles an hour, and he says he fixes it, he gives it back, he says, okay, it goes 30% faster. Do you mean 30 miles per hour faster? No, 30% faster. 30% on 20 miles an hour is only 6. I'm only going 26 miles an hour. That's still slow. So, but there was a couple of things that somebody pointed out to me earlier today and that I want to test out on a character. And I could also test it out on a tanker, by the way. It's 2 things, and it works best on the defender, I think, but the tanker could work a little bit too. So, number 1 is you can take, let me look it up here, the team thingy, Assault. And maybe we should go, you know what we should do? We should go to the test server and test this out. But the city of, the Assault from Tactics, leadership, the leadership thing called Assault, right? So the leadership in Assault on a defender gives 18% extra damage. Now that's not 18% on top of everything. Like, it's not 18% of your current damage numbers, but it's 18% of your base. That isn't a whole lot on a defender because their base is so low. But they're getting 30% extra. If you can add 18% to that 30, it's 48% extra. They start to get closer to a corruptor. At least before Scourge kicks. Well, they should be at, you know, at a corruptor after before Scourge kicks in. But on a tanker, that bonus is 15%. 15% for Assault. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. Now, I don't know what it takes to get that, but you're telling me I can take 1 power and get 15% damage across the board. I need to know more about, I guess I need to know more about it, but that seems like that could be a really, really good deal. It makes me wonder why more people aren't taking it unless there's just a big caveat to it. Like, it only lasts 15 seconds every 2 minutes or something. Uh-oh. Yeah, you'll have to tell me, Jerome. I will say, without bio on staff, I do think it puts it back into the killing too slow territory. To me, it's to me like it's a fine line between it's slow, but I enjoy slow leveling. I'm not in a rush. And no, it really is too slow. Generally speaking, it's a couple of things. 1, if it takes 14 hits to kill a lieutenant. Number 2, if I keep running out of endurance. So generally speaking, I don't do a lot with endurance through the leveling process. I have 3 slots in stamina on most characters by the time they're 20-ish. And if they have some heavy toggle that I'm using, like it's 0.5 a second, we'll throw an endurance reduction there. Sometimes if it's 0.3, I'll throw one in there. That's it. So what happens is when you take 14 hits to kill something, your endurance still goes down too much and you have problems. So that to me is where, and now even if I manage to survive that fight, I'm having to take a knee more often, I'm waiting longer, or I'm standing there while my endurance recharges in the middle of a longer fight. I can do it because I'm a tank, but it's boring. I think that's where, for me, it crosses a line. Assault. Was an energy blaster with super speed and jump. Energy has some good control with knockback and stunts. My favorite, my first Sentinel here is energy and vulnerability Sentinel. Everything goes pew pew and goes flying. I love knockback. But I'm also a solar player. So
And in teams, not many people like knockback.
no. In my last super group, I was the only one who would ever lead task forces. So they would really ask me hard and peer pressure me. And I would say fine. But then I bring my Sentinel. They're like, what? This is horrible. We can't do it. Knockback is killing us. And I'm like, I'm going to play my character because it's the only level 50 character I have. You want to do the higher level task force. I can bring my level 20 character. You don't want that. So you're going to get the Sentinel. And you're going to get an energy knockback. And if you don't like it, go run your own task forces. Because I'm dead inside. I don't care about hurting people's feelings. So, but after like a week or two, and I had a slow day, I did go ahead and make up a second Sentinel because at the end of the day I'm an alcoholic and I don't need too much of a push to make a new character. So I made Fire Bio Sentinel, and oh boy, did I walk into something really good. That is liquid crack. It's so good, so good.
But you can also with enhancement you can enhance knockback to knock down.
Oh yeah, I'm too stubborn to do it though because that takes away from what the character is. Have you it's based a little bit off of Iron Man, right? And Iron Man has repulsor beams. They're not called knockdown beams. They're repulsor beams. They literally slam you into a wall somewhere in the back. They don't knock you. Yeah, no. I'm stubborn old cranky person, so I did make I wasn't too much of a I eventually got off my perch and high horse and I made a Fire Bio Sentinel, and that was so much fun. I actually leveled that one up pretty fast. Again, I didn't farm it. I played it, and but I had so much fun. It went quick.
Sentinels are great, especially if you have with their inherited ability Visionary. So if you pick something like Rad Blast or a debuffing blast set, like Rad Blast does minus defense per hit, and then you use Visionary, which also does, I believe, minus resistance, you're getting a lot of debuff. So Rad Blast Regen Sentinel, excellent combo. I don't think any other ones that or Sonic Blast. If you go Sonic Blast, Regen Scent with Visionary, that's also a very good combo set. Well,
Nova is the best ability in the game. Right, Jerome. Yeah, no, those are great Sentinel suggestions, and there's definitely a lot of different ones. And by the way, guys, if you're watching on the stream, did you just see how I took out that group of whites and yellows with this tanker? That was a big, juicy group. And it went by pretty quick, and I didn't run out of endurance. This is a good build. I'm just saying. I call balls and strikes, my friends. People are like, oh, you hate melee. Blah, 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 blah. One of the things that frustrated me about the arguments was So I have made it clear melee is not my favorite play style. We all have our favorites. Range for me beats out melee. It doesn't mean I hate melee and never play it, right? But it does mean it's lower my priority list. Now, people assume that when I did my tier list, I was so biased. Yeah, it's a tier list, it's subjective, but it wasn't my favorites. My tier list was supposed to be what's easiest to hand to somebody and play, what is conducive to solo playing. And what really frustrated me about that is like, wait a minute, if you think I'm so biased against melees and I'm trying to keep them down, why did I put Brute in the top 3? Like, Brute is so easy to solo, right? It's fast killing, it's survivable, it has the best of everything. The only thing it doesn't have is that pocket of range. If things go south on your Brute, they're going to go south. They're like if you get hit with, let's say, enemies that you're weak against, right? Because you didn't bother to get psychic resistance, or you're getting hit with like defense debuff and you took a defense, right? You're like a shield Brute or whatever the hell it's called. Then yeah, you'll die you'll die before you have a chance to realize what's happening, mate. You possibly and recover. It doesn't happen too often. I don't die very often on Brutes. That's why they're so high up on the list. I'm just saying, I die a little bit more on Brutes than I do on Sentinels, because with Sentinels I have breathing space between me and the enemy. But it's like this close. I love them both. But this right here, I'm telling you what, if all of the tankers killed like this quick, so she's been doing it good with Lieutenants, she's been doing it good with big groups, because she's got the AoE to back it up. This isn't half shabby. It's reminding me of martial arts on the Dominator. I don't like martial arts on the tanker. I can't quite put my finger on it. I would need to play it again. But martial arts on the Dominator feels so much better. But I think like here, this staff is really, really cooking. So here's 4 guys. We can start wearing them down like that. We got some nice good old AoE right there. Even in the low levels, we're getting that nice AoE in.
I'll add to that too. The staff has really cool animation.
Yeah,
nice break.
it's a nice animation. At first, I didn't like it, but it's really grown on me. I only say I didn't like. So first of all, I'm a huge staff and glaive fan. When I play Monster Hunter, it's insect glaive all the way. Troll, 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 stab. I love it. I love my favorite Ninja Turtle, Donatello. That's why this character's named Donatella. Right? I love stabs, but I didn't like the animation at first because it doesn't feel impactful enough. But the more I'm doing it, the more it's growing on me.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Savage Melee isn't bad. Savage Melee's got some nice AoE. The only
Yeah,
thing that I could say Savage Melee AoE, I mean Savage Melee, what is they can buff the damage a bit better on it. It's the only downside.
well, my favorite brute right now is my Savage Fire Brute.
Oh, nice.
Literally melts things, and remember I said brutes will occasionally get in over their head. It's kind of easy to do when you're going into melee and rushing into things because you're riding a high off of having a full fury bar. But fire has a self res, and it's not a mistake. It's part of the strategy. Because
Savage Melee gives you a DOT, per hit as well with the fire, so that's a pretty good. That's a good combo.
Oh yeah, and it has worked out. And I didn't that's one I did not. There are definitely times where I come to you guys or I look it up on the internet and I'm like, what's okay? Fine, give me the best tank or solo build so I can at least have a few tanks that I can talk about because I'm not going to solo level one of those tanks that is like watching paint dry. But when it came to that brute, that brute, it was just that's the character concept that I had, and it worked out really. It's like the Bio Fire. I kind of walked into that one. That worked out really pretty good. Of course, it's hard to go wrong with fire because fire, of course, is going to be a damaging thing in any game, just about. It's not too many games where fire isn't part of some meta. Oh, here we go, guys. A boss. Oh, gosh. 2 bosses. Ooh. Ooh. Can the tanker handle it? How many hits would it... Oh, let me get rid of these guys first. How many hits would it take? Okay, so going back... Oh, well, let me try this boss thing first. I really feel like this is a bad idea. But I'll use some inspirations maybe to help out a bit. Oh, this is bad. I wasn't expecting to pull a bunch of fire imps out. That's not exactly my strong suit at this point in this character's career, so this is a really, really bad idea. I did not expect him to pull out a bunch of fire imps. No, run away, little child. Hey, I want to say Soul Calibur. Oh, here's a lieutenant. Let's do the lieutenant test on this lieutenant. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. 4 hits. 5 hits for a lieutenant. Much better than a 14. Hi, totally news game. Just started over the weekend. What are the kind of things are there to do in the game? Well, it depends on what you're kind of looking for, Soul Calibur. There's everything from doing, quests and story arcs, which is what I focus on because there's a ton of those in the game, to just going around killing things in the street, to doing task forces, which are basically big, huge groups going around, doing missions and bosses together in bigger story arcs. There are really big things for like 20, 50 people. I forget what those are called. Trials, I believe. There's a little bit of a PvP scene, but not much. And I mentioned lots of quests and lots of different characters to play. What is slow play? Crunchy. What do you mean by this? That is slow play. There's a little bit of a delay on the text, so sometimes I'm missing the context of the responses there. Yeah. But yeah, I think this one works for me. I think this bio staff is a tanker that... Now, one question I have is, will it slow down at level like 30 and 40? Because the tankers that I was having problems with were 30 and 40, and I don't remember if I was having a problem in the lower levels because it was too far back. So we'll see. We'll see when I get there. Oh, but going back to the defender, and this could affect a tanker as well. Somebody brought up the suggestion, Chris, of taking the prestige powery type of deal, or whatever it's called, earlier rather than waiting till later to get some extra attack powers, like getting Arcane Bolt from Mystic, whatever, the Mystic Flightline or Arcane Line, whatever the hell it's called, things like that. And I was just like, that might be a really great idea. I'm so set in my ways of normally when I play and level up a character, I always hit their primaries and their secondaries. Now, I'll favor their attack powers first, but when it's your secondary, your attack powers secondary, that leaves you kind of limited. And maybe if that defender or whatever had more attacks from other things in those levels, it might be a good idea. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I like the sorcery powerful. Arcane Blast ain't bad. Proc that with a force feedback set to give you plus recharge, nice damage, and then you have something known as Inflame, which is a toggle, PvAOE. No, it's like a blaze toggle that puts an aura out that does DOT. But what's nice about that toggle is it's a range AOE toggle, so you can proc that with an Annihilation minus resist proc. And what that'll do is every time you put that toggle and flame on an enemy in the sorcery set, with that proc, it'll subtract out their resistance. And then when you use your build up plus your attack on the defender, you'll get more damage out of it. And you can run that with assault too and get more damage. So yeah, I mean sorcery works. 100% of Arcane Bolts. Really good. Can't go wrong with it.
Let's try this out on the test server real quick. Or I could do it. No, I'm gonna do it on test server, I think.
And, for soloing defenders, thermal, rat emission, poison, nature, stuff that has debuff on it will make your soloing a lot more faster because you're using the debuff to elevate your damage rather than just using sets like Empathy or Aim and stuff that don't have any debuff powers in there. Will make it a lot slower. Yeah, rat and poison are two of the best fast soloing defender combos. That's a lot of debuff in those two sets. Poison plus rat.
Oh, Jerome says, let me turn on this music a little bit so I can hear myself think. Jerome says that I have a power pool tank where most powers are from the power pools. Oh, that's interesting. Did that work well? And Crunchy, I agree with you. I think that the solo tanker was very slow play overall for several tanks I tested, which is why, I put it on the B tier on the list. Very survivable, but very slow. You have to have a lot of patience to enjoy that. And there are people who have that much patience. All right, I'm going to try this defender here. And we're going to do what I usually been doing lately is I've been doing time manipulation. And we're doing that with Fire Blast.
You can do time with Ice Blast. You get really nice double time, 2 times the slow effect. So time and ice paired together.
So much slow.
He's slowing down the enemy there. Fire's got DOT, which is nice and nice range with DOT damage and quick recharge, which is nice.
All right.
And Homecoming buff Fire Blast, so it does a lot of damage.
So, most fun tanker, most single attack powers. See, that's what he was saying. Now, in that Staff Sentinel you guys saw, that character is like level 15, 16, and I'm still, there were some moments where I wasn't attacking because everything was on cooldown. So maybe having an extra attack power or 2 in there from those pulls would be very helpful. So we're going to level this character. We're going to do... This is a test server. We can level them up to level 20 or so. So we'll do level 20. Actually, it says you can train all levels. Level 20. I can make this actually level 24. Okay. And then we'll train up with the Lady Liberty or whatever have you. And I'm going to try to take that suggestion and pop in like some sort of extra attacky power in here. Temporal Mending is for healing yourself. I do like Temporal Mending. That works out pretty good.
That's one of the nice things too with Homecoming, with that brainstorm test server, which like
Oh
you can
yeah.
bring it to instantly to level 50 and then test it out before you build it on live.
You know, I don't think this defender might not need more attack powers. I'm going to focus on that tactics though. That's what I'm going to do with this one. Time Junction. I think it's that tankers that might need more attack powers. So Time Junction is around you. Slows people when they get too close around you. That's decent. It is an endurance hog. I'm not the biggest fan in the world, but we can maybe... I'm going to choose an arrow to slow Rain of Fire. We like Rain of Fire. Time slot. Your one hold. Alright, so this is leadership right here. Let's see here. Can I see the details? Show detailed info. Let's see assault. So it's a recharge time 15 seconds. Is an endurance cost of 0.3 a second. So it's just an ongoing. And it's an 18% strength on all damage on target. That seems really, really good. That's like eating a I mean, so you can get targeting drone on blaster. And I don't know why people don't talk about targeting drone more, but basically it gives you a little bit of an accuracy buff. But what jumps out to me is it's a permanent 20% damage bonus. That's like eating in a rage. And constantly eating in a rage. One in rage all the time. But on top of that, the first hit you do in a fight, targeting drone, I believe, adds an extra 60% just for shits and grins. It's really, really good. And you can only have 100% bonus damage from enhancements top. So an extra 20%, 30% for soloing as a defender, an extra 20% from this. Hopefully that all adds up. The problem is that their base damage is so low. All your percentages are based off of your base damage, right? So that's the only downside of all of this. Sorcery line, Mystic Flight.
Mystic Flight gives you a free teleport too. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So Arcane Bolt is showing 48 points of damage. And Flares is 17, Fire Blast is 22, Fireball is 19, Ray of Fire is 27, Fire Breath is 28, Blaze is 44, Blazing Bolt is 82, and Inferno is 107. So in the scheme of all this, that Arcane Bolt's pretty high up. Now it is on like an 8-second cooldown, I think. But
it has not. I believe it has knockback.
And I think it has knockback, yeah. Yeah, so again, I think there's something to some of this strategy we're talking about here to try to get some more juice out of these poor, unfortunate souls. But let's try taking the leadership, and let's take assault.
If you want more protection, you have Runa Pro in that set, which is really good.
Yeah, but I don't think you put it on yourself, sadly.
Oh no, Runa Pro goes on you. It's just
Runa Protection?
Yeah, it goes on yourself, but it's just a temporary X amount of second plus resistance buff. But what's nice about it is you could put an impervious skin status resistance plus regeneration prompt on that, and then when you pop for the pro, you'll get that prop will go off, and then you'll get the resistance with the pro as well. It's quite nice.
You give your allies, yeah, that could be pretty good. This is kind of interesting. Farsight gives you a plus 12% to all defenses to all allies. It says for a short period of time, but it's literally for 2 minutes. A 12% extra to hit chance for 2 minutes, and a perception. No, Farsight on time.
Oh.
Yeah, so Farsight on time. So Spirit Ward is a max absorption increase on targets.
Yep.
On target.
It's actually pretty good if you're if you're going to a mob with a squishy and you want them to survive the mob, you can cast a Spirit Ward on them. Alive a bit.
But Farsight's kind of interesting. 12% to all defense for 2 minutes? Isn't that really good? That's literally, yeah, because an enemy only has a 50-50, a normal critter of your level has only a 50-50 shot to hit you. So this brings it down to 37%. That's cutting incoming damage by a quarter against a critter. And it lasts for 2 minutes. Now it has a 4-minute cooldown. So eventually, you could put some recharge reductions in that, get it down pretty lowish. It won't be perma until you get hasten or something. But that's even if it was only up 2 minutes out of every 4, that's still kind of decent. It doesn't have an ongoing cost. It's a one-time endurance cost. You're going to do it outside of combat, so it's not a big deal. That probably should be talked about a little bit more. That's an interesting one.
Going back to what you were saying with the targeting drone, devices on blaster secondary is actually very good. You get that targeting drone power with that.
Yeah, that's on that 007 character I was telling you about, and it's just insanely good.
You have that paired with assault rifle, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, AR is great. On
oh no, that's a beam rifle on that one.
Oh yeah, beam rifle's just as good. Assault rifle and beam rifle are both very good. On blaster, can't go wrong with either or. And then pair it with devices. There you go. You get a personal force field too with devices, which is really nice. So if you get in a jam with a lot of mobs, say you're dying, you pop your personal force field, and the enemies can't touch you. And that's permanent until you detoggle it. Then once you detoggle it, then everything can touch you. But it's like a free phase shift, so to speak. A longer lasting phase shift if it's toggled. Yeah, I mean, there's so much you can do in this game. Like builds and stuff. It's crazy when you think about it. So many different ways you can support people, Spirit Ward, Grant Stealth, Team Teleport. What doesn't this game have?
Alright. So slowed response, AoE, negative 30% resistance to all damage for 30 seconds. Negative 25% defense debuff for 30 seconds. And it goes up if they are delayed. And that's an AoE. Total debuff to resistance and defense. Sweet mother of all that is holy in the world. That's insane. Okay, so let's give this a shot, right? So let's test this for science. It's all about science testing. I'm all about my science testing here. Rain of Fire. Slowed response. Get rid of that Tranquilization Dart. Nobody likes you, Trank Dart. Time Crawl, I think, is the one that... Yeah, let's see. Fire Breath. And we're going to throw that out there. Rain of Fire. Get rid of that guy. Get rid of that guy. Farsight. Very cool stuff. And there's our assault power, right? So if we take a look right now at our info for this power, the average damage on that is 29 points. And then if she's soloing, it's supposed to go up. Or wait, is that with it going up with vigilance? Is that damage already calculating in? Oh, that would be sad. Sad and yet probably true. Oh, I need to put so yeah, I need to put so you can put inspirations and powers pretty easy with the freebies menu, I believe. We can do custom, basic, training origins, dual origins, auto enhance. Aha. Basic IOs. Basic SOs. Yeah. So we take a look at our things now. What did they give me? Fire breath. I don't know why you would have 2 accuracies. That's insane. 2 accuracies? No. No. Bad computer. Bad. What did I have in tactics? Please tell me. Assault. Oh, you are horrible.
You can put the Gassan's plus build-up proc in tactics.
Oh, wait. Farsight.
More damage.
Oh, they did good. They put recharges and Farsight to get it down to 2 minutes and 3 seconds. So there's only 3 seconds of downtime with Farsight. I think that's pretty good. Combat attributes, damage, defense. Let's just monitor this for a minute. And debuff, and shouldn't have any damage resistance, really. And there's our 12% from that. Base. Damage bonus 30%. And if I do assault, oh my goodness, it worked exactly the way I thought it would. It's up to 48%, 49%. And I mean, if you take a red inspiration, I believe that would only give me inspirations. Let's see. No, can you just give me inspirations? I have to go and beat them up for it. But inspirations, it gives you a flat 25%. So this is like almost having 3/4 of an inspiration, a red inspiration on at all times on your defender. Now, you don't get as big of a bonus from if you're doing this on your corruptor. Furthermore, because of Scourge and stuff, this bonus feels more lackluster because Scourge has already given you a boost, and this is just adding that boost. But I think, I think this is going to be good. I think this is going to help significantly. Yeah, we're gonna be putting some of these tips together for if you do decide to play a defender and a tanker and stuff. Here are some hot tips. I mean, if you could do 15% more damage on your tanker with 1 power, would you do it?
Heck yeah.
I mean, right? Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to enhance damage bonus. You can only... It does cost an endurance drain, so you'll want to spend a slot or 2 just to keep the endurance cost as low as possible, because it is going to hit your endurance. But this is pretty good.
What I'm hoping they do for tanker is they redo its inheritability and give it like something like the brute has, Fury, but not like the brute. Maybe some type of slight damage increase ability would really be nice for the tanker to get some damage with it. And they could do that. I mean, this game is always going through patch updates, so you never know what they redo on this game. They're always redoing things on this game every X amount of months, every patch update that comes out. Some stuff will get buffed, some things will get nerfed, some things get,
Right. No, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, ultimately, I think the thing is like overall tankers are in a great place, right? Like overall, they're really good at tanking. They're used in a lot of different things, including, I mean, I even hear they're used on farms. That used to be unheard of. I would just hear brutes on farms, and now I'm hearing tankers on farms.
Oh,
So,
absolutely. And with the new patch that came out, I think a few months back, they introduced energy aura to tankers and regen, which tankers never had before. So now, if you make a tanker, you can make an energy aura one, or you can go regeneration. I think is pretty cool. An additional two primary sets that the tankers never had before. Now you can play an energy aura tanker or a regen tanker. It's really cool. Before you could never play an energy aura or a regen, but now from that last patch, you update, you can on homecoming. It's really cool.
so that fight, by the way, if you're watching on the stream, that was a fight against the lieutenant and minion with the defender. That that is always a rough fight for me. I've done this mission several times with a defender and a corruptor. The corruptor gets through this without too much of an issue. The defender, it's always a bit of a struggle, and you saw that my health was below half there and stuff like that. Now, with that being said, I do think it wasn't as close. Like, I literally ran away the first time I did that fight before. So I think it's getting better. Like, I do think that extra damage is being helpful. But I could have confirmation bias for all I know.
What did you do? The Vermeil? The Ouro Vermeil mission?
So, I don't remember which mission. The one with an arch villain at the end. Whatever the hell it's called. The one I was doing before on the mastermind.
And some enemy groups are rough, like Carnies and Malta are like two of the most hardest enemy classes to fight against in this game. Just because Malta's got 10 sappers and Carnies have the illusionists with phase, shift, and illusion.
You have 2 slots in assault. Both are level 50 endurance reductions. Yeah. So you've been doing this strategy, Jiro, right? I think particularly for defenders, because defenders get the biggest bonus out of it. They get an 18% bonus. And they don't have a lot of other sources of bonus, right? Other than when they're soloing, of course, they get 30% from that. So I think it means more for a defender, and
I will bring up one thing with Defender though too. Kinetics. If you make a kinetic defender and just say you go, you're in a big mob, or if you're on a team, you use that Volcron shift, and what happens is when you use Volcron shift, your damage boost will stack, which is really Kinetics is like one of those sets that's really nice for teams, or you can even solo with Kinetics too. It has heal, it has endurance recovery. I mean, Kinetics gives you pretty much everything you want. It's good on Defender, Controller, Mastermind, Corruptor. Like Kinetics. Really good set. It even comes with debuffs too. So when you're getting it, not only buffs you, but also debuffs at the same time. The enemies. Like one of those sets that's. A lot of farmers too use Kinetics. That's like an assist support. Really good set.
cool. That's a little rough. This is doable. This is rough, but it's doable. So, I'm gonna say I think the corruptor burns through things a bit faster, but yeah, it's interesting. It's something. So let's see. Time stop is the regeneration and heal, and it's a range holds and whatnot. That doesn't always work. Minus speed, recharge, regen on time crawl. Yeah, and then times junction gives them the minus to hit just around you, though. Yeah, slowed response is the really nice one, but it's on a really big cooldown. Oh, my damage bonus was down. Assault turned off. No. And the nice thing about this bonus is you spread if you do play with somebody else, and we're going to talk about our dynamic duo system. This damage spreads to them too, right? This isn't just a solo. This tactics is this tactics is really good for yourself. Okay, I'm in trouble here. Too many of them, not enough of me. As I say, it's still a rough soloing experience. If I get overwhelmed by even just one mob, it's just... The time powers just aren't great for holding people down. I don't know what they're doing, but stopping the bad guys is not on their list of to-do things.
I see a lot of in the game, a lot of people compare time with robots. I see a lot of robot time manipulation in it.
They need to compare it with, it sucks and I'm running away from my life. Let's see here. I have leadership is group ups. Yeah. So I'm taking it mostly for the solo aspect to try to give a defender to be a little bit closer to corruptor, because it's really hard to solo a defender, and it certainly is helping, but it isn't covering all the sins. What do badges provide other than titles? I appreciate your answers from earlier. Did we talk about badges earlier? So there's a few badges that lead to accolades. You can look up accolades separately and focus on those badges, and those will give you permanent increases to your character. They're usually multi-hour dealies, though, so I don't usually do them unless it's like a character I really, 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 really love. But there can be some fun to be had in it, to be sure. We were talking about that the other day. But the other badges, no, they're just bragging rights. You can put a little thing on, your name tag or whatever. I killed this guy. I personally am not a big fan of badges outside of accolades. I think accolades are great. I'm not the biggest fan of badges. I just don't. I don't know. And I understand like the idea is to try to get you to play the game in different ways that maybe you wouldn't play, but I don't know. I got enough motivation to do that on my own without some. I think it'd be so cool if there was just something behind the system, just something, even if it was like 3 merits a badge, or you unlock super cosmetics. I don't know. For every 100 badges, you unlocked a new color. I don't care. Like, give me something. But a name tag isn't it. Like, I'm sorry, a little thing to put on my name tag saying, yeah, look at this. I don't have a life. I did all this. The other problem with this game, is also, and it's a product of its age, so, you know, I don't hold it against it, but it just is what it is. I'm never going to like it. It's the fact that the badges are character specific, right? So, you know, in modern games, of course, you know, things like achievements in World of Warcraft are account wide for the most part. And I'm down. Yep, Defender still sucks, guys. It's official. Defender still sucks.
And they put 1,659 badges total now with the new patch update.
Yeah, so... yeah, but yeah, so what are you going to do? Are you going to do those badges on every single... I guess maybe you can have one character you focus on the badge. If you really like a character and you want to keep playing it in different ways and you're tired of doing task forces and Ouros, then sure. And there's a lot of if you're going for a lot of badges, there's a lot in Ouro. Because a lot of them are like, do the story arc, now do them with these restrictions, now now do it under half an hour. Like there's all these badges tied up in Ouro runs. There are. Yeah. But we have proven, guys, that the extra 15, 17, 18% of damage does not save Defender. They still suck. You saw my mastermind cream that mission, going through the elite boss without even breaking a sweat. No sweat. None. None.
Oh yeah, and I'll add this to JC, for those that are new to the game. Base items, back in the days of Live, you used to use prestige to purchase base items instead and stuff. But now with Homecoming, they basically give you all the base items for free. So they took away the prestige system and they took away the base rent system. So now you don't have to pay base rent, and you get all the base items basically now for free. You don't have since they took away the prestige part of the game. But you still have base raids and stuff. They put the base raid system back in two patch updates prior, so you can still do base raids and everything, which is pretty cool. Well, nobody really does base raids, but yeah, you can do them.
So yeah, so it depends on what you. Yeah, it can be interesting. There is to give a little extra incentive. And by the way, this is my fire. This is my fire time corruptor. So now we'll see a corruptor do the same mission. But yeah, yeah, if you're looking, we can't see her do the same mission because she's a villain. My bad. Sorry, I have to find a different mission to do that has, I don't know, things to kill. But yeah, because I don't want to keep switching her to hero. I lose all of my how much alignment progress do I have? Do I have alignment progress? Oh, I do have some alignment progress. Should I do those? Oh, what you want to work towards? So yeah, you got to find your own way. I think Soul Copper, I have this video of what is the end game of City of Heroes, and I give all these different things you can do, and you can check out that video and just see what speaks to you, would be my advice. Now, I can tell you what that means to me. To me, it's a couple of different things that I look to do. One is, you probably have noticed my 800 alts on my, on my thing. I like playing lots of different characters. I want to experience as many different play styles as possible, as long as I'm still interested in the game. So that's like one of my objectives. The other one is to do all of these missions and document them, because I find that fun. That's what it means to me. Like, I love, these are all story arcs that are, quest of, chains of quest in the game. And I think they're really fun and interesting to do. But I think that's the kind of cool thing about the game is like, you figure out what you want, from the game, and you do you.
Yeah, I agree. There's really no ending to this game. There's so much you can do in the game. They have, between base, they have base contests, costume contests, missions after you get to 50, PvP tournaments. Sometimes they have for win influence. I mean, there's really so much stuff you can do in the game. Between all the alts you can make and all the tunes you can make and things, there's really no end to this game.
Yeah, it doesn't have like a focus like World of Warcraft. Raids are it, right? Like, raids are the beginning, middle, and end of World of Warcraft. They have other activities, but most of those activities feel like they funnel into being able to complete those big raids at the end, right? There's like a funneling system. You can do this other stuff, but it just helps you to gear up for this for the most part. Not in City of Heroes. It's definitely a more horizontal game. It's easy to get to max level. It's easy to get some pretty strong gear. Not the top gear, of course, that's expensive, but you can get some pretty strong gear to give yourself a nice power bump. Oh my goodness gracious, what is up here? Okay, so we got some enemies. But yeah, for the most part, yeah, you just find out what makes you happy.
One of the best superhero games. I feel. Nothing comes close to Steve Good. That's good for me.
So you can kind of see here with this character, we're just seeing a big, massive damage difference, right? We're seeing minions die. I mean, when she hits, in like 3 hits, sometimes 2. She's got a sniper attack that kills things in 1 hit. Minions, anyways. You got many of the same powers you saw before: Fireball, Rain of Fire. Now she does have Inferno that the other one doesn't have just yet, so maybe I could ignore that. But she also has the same time control powers: the Distortion Field, the Slowed Response, and the Time Stop. So we have pretty much the same powers on this character, just in reverse. But the big difference is that damage difference. Yeah, making ults is the true end game. Spending hours making the perfect outfit, true end game. Oh, making, I'll tell you what the true end game is actually making artwork using AI with your different characters. Here's Chrono Crossfire, by the way. There we go. See there? Oh, goodness gracious. What sweet hell have I fallen into? Why don't I have stealth on this character? You can see, though, that was a really rough situation. She's fighting yellows and oranges just like the last one. Unless those other ones are resistant to fire, which I'm not super sure on that. But this, she's just tearing through these. She is running into an endurance issue. And that's from keeping this field up. And I could probably turn that off because they're not usually getting too close. Alright, I like it when I can see them because now I can set them up a little bit better. We're going to snipe one of these guys down. And just like that one's done. That one's down. Like, the Corruptor is just so much better to solo. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Down.
I put the Corruptor as one of the best range solo classes.
I mean, she's just knocking them down. She's, you know, she's not as fast as the blaster, really, but the time powers make up for that little problem. Oh, by the way, have you tried time secondary on blaster?
No, but I've seen people use it. It's not bad.
I thought that was kind of interesting. Like, how does that compare to a Corruptor with time with fire time? I wonder.
All completely different.
You started 2 more alts while during the live stream. See, that's the Turin game, right? Now, one thing I've been doing, by the way, is I've just been leveling without double XP more and more and just enjoying the experience, saving up more money before they hit 50. Because the slower I go, the more money I save up before I hit 50. Oh, now see, this is a really rough room, right? This is like we kind of felt before. So I'm going to try to snipe one of these guys and hopefully not die against the other guys. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Ah! Ouch. Ouch. Heal? Can you heal? Oh, that was close. That was bloody close. Whew. The hell do they immobilize me with? Stop immobilizing me. Yeah, that was a rough pull. That was definitely a rough pull. Okay, so far so good. I really need to get stealth. Oh, maybe I do have stealth in this character and sprint. Okay, there we go. Cheap man stealth. I got Walmart stealth. I'm good. Wow, he does not want to die. There you go. Little Scourge will finish you off. Yeah, stop right there, buddy. I got your number. See, a big difference between her and the Defender is for when she does slow them down or occasionally stop them, she can do enough damage in that time to take advantage of it. This, which encourages ults, and F14, which is designed for everything on one character. That's true. That's true. But both let you... You're absolutely right, KSC. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, something's kicking my butt. I think I just found it. I'm dead. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I have been caught. Whoa. Okay, corruptors are also weak and trash tier. Yeah, I really hate these ones where they make you break out of the prison. I think it's stupid. It takes forever to bust down this door if you're playing like a tanker. It's like watching paint dry, kid you not. At least it's not as long as the trip back from the hospital. So I'll give it that. Oh, come on. Are you seriously going to tell me that missed? Good love, for the love of all that is holy, my entire life. Whew. Yeah, there's no way the defender would have mowed that down like that. It's like, good luck with that, Jack. That room is such a death trap. I walked right into that death trap with that. Yeah. I think my blaster would have died there too. It definitely wasn't a great place for squishy people. You're gonna have that sometimes. And that mission's done. Well, I gotta get going to bed, guys. I hope you guys had fun tonight. I had fun. I had fun hanging out with you. I had fun hanging out with Mr. Chris again. It's always been a pleasure.
Thanks. Likewise.
But yeah, for those of you on YouTube, of course, I really appreciate you coming back and hanging out with me. I had a great crowd the other morning I was on. I had a great crowd tonight when I've been on. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been very, very exciting. I really do appreciate y'all hanging out. I hope a lot of you have like a lot of fun with it. I see a lot of people come back and say, I'm downloading, and that's great. That's exciting. Of course, my hope is that a week, a month, 2 months, 3 months later, we're still playing together and talking about the game together. So hopefully it's not just like a quick nostalgia hit, and hopefully you'll see the things that we love about the game, those of us who keep playing, month after month and stuff. So I hope to see more of y'all. You're welcome to come join the Discord server, of course. Link is in the description. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and may God bless you. Oh.